I thought that was great.
Cool.
Yeah.
5 minutes, 6 minutes.
He said, yeah, that's what he said. He was like, and what did he say?
And the second one was just
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I was thinking about, something just.
Okay. Is there any electricity on here? It's under there. That's actually got mine in the suite.
Just true.
Oh, were you? I thought you were
Absolutely. Okay.
We never used it, but we never.
Exactly.
Is there anything else you need to help you? The water or refreshments? Okay.
Like my students, I think I'm good. Okay. Not too sure what it's with.
I'm good, thank you. I got water.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you got the vitamins? I haven't seen it yet. I just left here.
You know, they were just
I got that together.
gray, everything was,
All you really
you
is.
know, just clear, like, zero tolerance, zero tolerance, or something like, it was.
Man, I figured I'm here.
I don't think they would. Yes.
Let me just, but I remember it because I was there, and I thought, this place is crazy.
Yes, yes, that was,
And that was the day.
Yeah.
That one was not, that was, I was like,
awesome, I don't want you to go back down.
You got a truck driving man?
And they get to drive. Yeah, they changed it.
When you first got here? Very cool.
And she's not working her business on it.
Well, good.
Thank you.
Welcome to the PD event.
Oh my gosh, she did, didn't
I was
she?
there stretching. Liz, can I introduce some light refreshments?
Some very light.
These have become the equivalent of notepads. Yeah. notes in school.
Well, the guys are going back to the Friday, so we're hoping everybody's
So I'm gonna be heading in your direction today. I'm taking some straight. Maker's Mark.
No, I grabbed yours, but I'm up front and
What's his name? Busy? Well, yeah, in addition to sports so much, quicker and quicker and quicker. Hey there, congrats on all your work and all your awards.
Do it every day.
Accolade for all your hard work.
it's a good opportunity for you guys.
Your same job, better than you do. Oh, but you know, that's the nice thing. Bingo!
I'm on like -8.
I know, but that makes me feel better.
I do, I'm glad I was it. That's all. I always try to do the layer thing, because the classroom can be hot. And I'm supposed to put on my name. I'm not either. Kind of voted on the promotion. Scoop down here. I always feel that way. Yeah. I give a pre-test and a post-test. Well, one version we had 14 questions, but a couple of years ago we cut it back to 10 because Southwest only had 10, and so we're trying to standardize it.
I joined all of our people's, oh, there's Randy. I guess
I got it started already. You guys are quick learners. Did you take my class before? Because that's my cue to my students. When I raised my hand, I said, I do not mean to punch you, but this is your cue. You have 5 seconds to wrap up. And look at you folks. Thank you for allowing me to share my story, but also allowing me the opportunity to hear your story. So rule number 1 is we're going to share. Are we on the same page? Thank you so much. Jill wants to introduce me, and I said, I already got the class started, so let me introduce myself. We have a little bit of technology difficulty right here. And I was like, what happened? This morning works fine, right? Well, the machine doesn't like it. What can I say? Just give you a brief introduction about where I come from and why I'm here. I'm an immigrant. I migrated to the States in 1980. My marriage broke up in 1994, so I became a single mom with 3 kids. The entire 20 years when I was in college, I worked full-time and went to school part-time. So as many of you can imagine that I work very hard. Now my children are all grown. I have 4 grandkids. And I'm going to see 2 of them this Christmas. See the smile? Okay. My entire life has been involved with community college. I'm a graduate of community college. And then I started working for the Dallas County Community College District. Some of you may have heard. I knew someone had a friend there, or maybe many of you have some friends there. So I started there as a statistical coordinator in the institutional research office and started teaching part-time, sociology part-time. So I have taught part-time until year 2012, and I started the full-time job at the Valencia campus of New Mexico, University of New Mexico. University of UNM has 4 branch campuses that operate as community college. So that's my passion right there. So as my role with the Dallas County Community College District, I worked as a support staff, I worked as a part-time instructor, and then I became an administrator overseeing a $30 million privately funded scholarship program for the district. Did that for a little over 2 years. And then I was asked to do community development. I was asked to recruit Asian students. Think about this, it's very interesting. Asian students at that time, this is year 2002. Many Asian students look down on community college. So their argument to their parents is they don't even want to go down that route. So the one thing that I did was became rather successful was I talked to parents about money. I said, how much are you willing to spend and save? So that really worked. I was able to increase Asian students' population by about 10% in 3 years. Then the district asked me to do community development. So I established an Asian council in London. Those are all behind me now. So I came to New Mexico, or I went to New Mexico, because my husband is a New Mexican, my second marriage. So I moved to New Mexico with the idea that I'm retiring. I did retire from the Dallas County Community College, but I just could not sit still. So when someone told me about this job opening, I said, okay, I'll try. And I was very fortunate to be hired. And I truly believe that things happen for a reason. I came from a rather affluent family, and now someone up there put me in a very urban, provincial school. It's like, what can I do for my students? So throughout the day, or the next 4 hours, I'm going to share with you what I have been doing. And let me put a disclaimer there. I can do it because I do not have little kids in my family now. Okay? My children are all out of state. So my motto, one of my mantras is, if I enjoy what I'm doing, it's not work anymore. So you can call me whatever name you want, but to me this is fun. This is really fun. So keep your finger crossed, okay? Now I want you to stand up, face the person next to you, and tell that person 3 things about yourself without saying a word. Stacy did this before, Jill did this before, so yeah. No toys, no phones. No words, no words. Okay. If your team can accomplish the task, raise your hand. Oh, we're quite a few. Please, is to finish the entire package of Hershey. For the day, then I'm done. I would like you to listen to this.
¿Ok? Mejor, estamos mejorando. Sería bueno también ir probando nuevas cosas, porque tiene una particularidad del instrumento, tiene un sonido específico que podríamos explotar más también, ¿verdad? No creo que haya otra orquesta que le pueda dar un golpe a su instrumento, ¿verdad? Tiene que se rompa, ¿verdad? Entonces tenemos que ir buscando así el potencial. ¿Ese de quién es? Violines. ¿Qué tal usted, Jorge? ¿Está bien? Vamos a hacer arreglo. Yo siempre quise ser músico. Rolling Stone, Jimi Hendrix, Sex Pistols. ¿Eso quién no conoce? Y todo eso. Ellos, por ejemplo, no conocían eso y yo, gracias a esto les transmito, les muestro.
A mi papá le gusta mucho el rock y el metal. Y él, cuando nosotros éramos pequeños con mi hermana, él escuchaba esa música y nosotros más o menos nos criábamos con ese tipo de música. Y siempre nos gustó, pero a mí me gustan estilos totalmente diferentes. Por ejemplo, me gusta la música clásica y me gusta también el metal. Sobre todo, la clásica no puede faltar en una orquesta. Y ahora estamos tratando de meter más rock y música latinoamericana. Entonces, no es heavy metal, es thrash metal. Y María es más romántica y Tania es más clásica. Tania me gusta la música clásica, no me gusta. A mí me gusta la clásica y metal.
Okay, I'm going to stop this. If you like, and if you have not seen this before, I'll be happy to share the link with all of you, but we need to move on. Okay. So that was the recycled orchestra. As you walk in, I'm sure you get a package. All right? So make sure you have it and follow through. This is how I teach, so I'm going to treat you all folks like my students. Is it okay? Just for 4 hours. I promise. So the handout is for all of you to participate throughout the next 3 hours and 45 minutes now. You can start counting. To really think, write, and share. That's what I make my students to do. Okay? The copy of today's PowerPoint, as well as, I think I have 10 pages now, of references. If you like, I'll send it to Jill and she can post it on your website. So whatever I'm talking today will be all based on field-tested research. Not something that certain things that I created, but I will tell you what are the things that I created. Many of you have this yellow card in front of you. When you have a question, please raise this so I know you have a question. All right, if you show out, then sometimes I get derailed. I tell my student that I have adult ADHD. So if you talk about something else and I went somewhere else and I'm not sure where I will be. So sometimes they understand. Feel free to stand and stretch. This is 4 hours, this is a lot. If you want, I will lead the jumping jack. Only if you request. Okay? Finally, feel free to do a bio break if you need to. Okay. This is really very casual. But my whole goal is for us to share. Sharing is very, very important in terms of my learning and my role as an instructor. So I tell my student that I'm not the teacher on the first day of class. And I tell them I'm not your instructor, I'm the facilitator for your learning. There's a huge distinction between the two. Okay? I said the learning is done by you, not by me. But I will help you to learn. That's why I'm the facilitator for your learning. And sometimes I saw them nodding their head. So why do we need to think, write, and share? It's really for some of my students who are introverts. Introverts cannot just shout it out. They need a little bit of time to think about what they just heard. So, have you read the book by Susan Cain, Quiet? Yes, beautiful book. I am an introvert. I learned that after I moved to this country, and right away I recognized this country, everything is set up for extroverts. So it's like, oh no, what I'm going to do, you know? I push myself. So for the intuitive learners, they also need time to think, to process it. So the think, write, and share is really catered to those students. And finally, students with autism. Do you know whether you have any students in the past that are autistic? Yes. They don't tell you, but sometimes if they tell you, we also have to think about that. So those are the reasons. So let me tell you, okay, in the next 10 minutes or so, I will quickly go through the survey result. Thank you to those who participated. I would love to have more, but I will work with what I have, and I'll share the results with you, okay? 24 participated, and then 12 of them, half of them teach gateway courses here at Jefferson. I feel like I'm shouting. If I speak softer, can you hear me? You can, right? Okay.
No, it's harder to hear back here.
Okay, so the mic is not working as good.
I can hear very well.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I really need to make sure the more experienced folks can also hear me. You know, that's the equivalent of our senior. So what is the strength that I noticed from your survey? Many of you use multiple approaches to engage your students. And that's great. I love it. And I could tell that there's a common use of collaborative learning, whether it's problem solving or team learning or group learning. And finally, many of the respondents, they provide individual attention to students. That means the person who responded has a rapport with students, have a relationship with students. This is all we want to have happen, right? And continue to happen. Also, there are 3 areas of opportunities that I was able to identify. Helping students to reduce test anxieties. Did we just administer the test? Have we even thought about when we sat there as a student, how we were thinking, how we were feeling? Another opportunity is how to integrate multiculturalism and intersectionality in the classroom, not just in the curriculum, but also in the classroom. I know many of you say, well, intersectionality is the buzzword now. Everybody's talking about. Actually, it's not, in my personal opinion. It started with diversity and inclusion initiative. Just think about it. So it's been, what, 30, 40 years now? Not new. The term started in 1989. And finally, if we have been doing this, how do I know I am doing well? How do I know that students feel included in our classroom? So those are the opportunities, okay? Starting with student engagement. This is all positive. Very good. Your chairs, your directors, your presidents is very happy. They should be very happy with all this, okay? 20 out of 24 use quizzes. We do quizzes a lot, which is great because constant recall helps students to remember the material that they just learned. 7 of the respondents use minute paper concept, which is great. Assisting students. At least 80% of them have individual conferences with students. I'm sure if we're a faculty member, we cannot get away with not doing this. 20 have referred students to the Learning Commons here at JCTC. So if we run out of time, tell students to go there. However, how do we do it though? Do we just tell students to go, or do we walk the student there? First, give it a personal touch. And 16 of the respondents have offered some other resources that students need. These are critical because these are ways that we can establish relationship with our students. How to reduce test anxiety. 7, so it's less than 1/3. Actually offer class time to do something for the student to reduce their test anxiety. So I'll touch upon a couple of ways that we can help students to do it, okay? The opportunity is right there. 16 did not do anything. Test day, we just walked in the classroom and passed out the exam. And without, I wouldn't say without, we recognize some students are having a lot of butterflies, right? But we just say, hey, this is life. Get a grip. Go ahead and do it. But of course, there are some ways that we can help them. No one used music as a medium. Music is very, very powerful. I intended to show music earlier. We have some challenges, so I was not able to show what I wanted to show you, but that's okay. So here, multiculturalism. 18 of the respondents have incorporated multiculturalism. I think it's good. Yes? Okay? But to me, I think if one didn't do it, it's one too many. So let's look at what to do later, okay? 11 have facilitated student understanding of their own biases. Helping students to understand their biases is very, very important, at least to me. So 11 is almost half, okay? And again, almost the other half. Missed the opportunity of incorporating intersectionality pedagogy in the classroom. So we'll talk about that later. So the first one, the opportunity one, is how to reduce test anxiety. And I mentioned about music. We will talk a little bit about journaling later. I jumped to opportunity 3 because 2 is a little bit long-winded. This is crooked. 12 did not conduct any course evaluation. It's not 2, but 12. Okay. So we'll talk about the benefits of doing that later. Okay, we have something what we call 6 weeks. Literature said midterm. Personally, I think midterm is a little bit too late. You catch them before 4 to 6 weeks. That's the ideal time. So let's focus on multiculturalism. It's in the curriculum, it's great, okay? But 13 of the respondents did not use the inclusive pedagogy. So what do I mean? We know what pedagogy is, but what about all inclusive? That means paying attention to every student. Yes, sir?
Could you give us a definition of multiculturalism?
Multiculturalism, a definition. Who can offer that? Multi is many, right? Okay? Culturalism comes from the word culture. So it's many cultures, the concept of many cultures. That's a quick and dirty answer to that. If you want more, then I'll explain more individually with you later. Would that be okay? Thank you. Nor did the 13 help students to raise their awareness of their own biases. We all have our biases and stereotypes. So to me, as a college professor, I think it's very important for us to make sure the next generation coming up, learn to cultivate the habit of self-reflection and self-awareness. It's very, very important. So we'll talk a little bit about that throughout the next 3 hours, 3.5 hours. The essence of an inclusive classroom is an inclusive pedagogy. Are we ignoring just one student? Then it is one student too many. But why it is so important? Because we're teaching a student as a whole student. We are not just teaching subject. I'm a chemistry instructor. I'm just teaching chemistry. Who cares about this? So we're teaching the whole student. So how am as a chemistry instructor can help the student who wants to major in chemistry. The student is a student of color. The student perhaps is member of the gender and sexuality diverse population. Maybe the student is also an immigrant. So how can I ensure that this student not only learn the material, but be able to maneuver in the landscape here in the U.S.? So this is whole student approach. So it's not just about discipline. It's helping the student to become a fully participating civilian. So the question I always ask myself is, am I seizing all the opportunities to nurture the student so each one of them can reach their true potential? I ask myself that question every day. But you know, remember what I said earlier? I can do it now because I don't have a lot of family responsibility. My parents are gone. My kids are grown. Okay, I have a big boy in the room, in the house, but he's on his own, you know, so we have fun. Okay, using intersectionality as a framework can really help us grow as an institution. So it's not just an individual effort, but also a roadmap for an institution. This is from Texas A&M. We have to make sure that every student is learning to show their full potential. We don't want discrimination to be happening around us. So finally, this is what they need, what our students need. This is a research result. The Heart Research Association was commissioned by ACU back in 2010 to interview or survey more than 1,000 employers in the US. And they were asked, what do you want your employees to have? What kind of skill would you like them to have? As you see, critical thinking and analytical reasoning has 81% of them said that. But guess what? According to criticalthinking.org, there are 20 specific skills to build up a person's critical thinking skills. And one of that particular skill is open-mindedness. So you may say, what does that have to do with intersectionality? Open-mindedness, that means to be open to other people's difference. We all see different people every day. But in order to help students to raise a notch in the critical thinking skill, we really have to help them understand and self-aware of their biases first, and then be able to accept other people who speak and look differently from them. So it's part of critical thinking skills. So this is today's agenda. Okay? There's an activity. The first is the activity. We're going to talk about your names and my names. And then go through cultivating an inclusive classroom. And at the end, we'll wrap up how to assess our efforts to cultivate an inclusive classroom. So are we all on the same page? Are you having fun yet? I guess not, they're so quiet. Okay, so at the end, please make sure you complete a pink evaluation sheet. This is my way of evaluating my delivery so I can improve myself. Okay? So what's in your name? And it's not just your name, what is in your name. So this is what I would like all of you to participate. Turn to your neighbor and introduce yourself. Don't do it yet. Can't wait. Share the meaning of your name, both first names and last names. And share the story behind the both names, if you know the story. If you don't, then you really can't. You know. So let me start with myself. So you have a model, okay? Many of you know that I'm Julia So. Because I'm an immigrant, I'm of Chinese heritage, so I have a Chinese name. Chinese name is Wai Yin. That means, which I cannot live up to, means intelligent and virtuous. I kept asking my mom when she was living, why you gave me such a name? It's so difficult to reach that far. So I was born in Hong Kong. I grew up there. When I reached 6th grade, Hong Kong adopts a British educational system. So transitioning from 6th grade into Form 1, everything would be in English. I was in primary school, everything was in Chinese. So when I move on to Form 1, I have a Chinese teacher that gave me an English name. So Julie, actually she told me, Julie, you're going to call Julie from now on. And I hated it until today. So the name was given to me, not from my parents. My parents gave me the name White. Okay, so that was 11 years old. At the age of 13, I decided to become a Catholic. So I had to ask for my parents' permission. So I looked through the Catholic book, find out the name, and I saw the name Julia. And I like that name because it's youthful. I wish it means mischievous because that's what I am. So anyway, that's the name, that's the meaning and the story behind my name, okay? Who's Hispanic here? Okay? The last name So means rosemary. So what is rosemary in Spanish? Romero. Okay? So I actually have colleagues that call me Dr. Romero. I said, don't change my name. My last name is So. Okay. So now it's your turn. Share your name with your partner or your next door neighbor. And the first one to finish, raise your hand. Thank you.
Why don't we do each of our first names first, and then
My students are like that. Can I adopt you all to New Mexico? share. I get golden nuggets.
I'll share.
Thank you. Let me run over. La culpa mía.
Okay, I'm going to share about my friend Betty here. Her maiden name is Giselle, and we just figured out that I probably know a lot of her relatives because she grew up in Hopkinsville, or her cousins grew up in Christian County, and of course that's my stomping ground. And so I found out that because of that, I know a lot about her. I hate genealogy, so I don't know anything about my names at all. Don't care to know, but that's just me. You know, but I thought it was fascinating that I do know a lot about my friend Betty.
Thank you. Is Betty going to share your? Oh, we didn't have a
I
chance.
just said, I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
She didn't know anything about her name.
Where it came from.
Okay. So did you tell her? Oh, you told her.
I told her
Okay.
that, yeah.
Sorry. ADHD happening right now. Okay. Anybody else? Really?
You want to share? I'm not sure. I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is,
Part of them.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
so, right, supposed to talk about your neighbor? So this is Denise Ann Gray, and now Denise Ann Gray Hunter, with a hyphen. And her dad named her, there was a French singer that he was very fond of, and her name was Denise Gray. So that's where her name came from.
So do you sing?
Not well enough.
But
I love the saying,
That's
she's not
cool.
good.
Shower singers are the best in the world. Don't you agree? Okay. Oh, you were with them. Okay. All right. If nobody, then we'll move on. I want to share with you. Stacy, you want to?
No.
Uh-oh, no. I'm not going down there. So some points for you to think about when you do this exercise with your students. Usually do it during the first week of school. I think that's the best way for them to interact with each other. Okay? Share a little bit about the greeting ritual here in the U.S. What is the greeting ritual here in the U.S.? Handshaking. So you can even talk about what kind of handshaking we consider as a norm. Okay? It's the not a limpy bikini handshake. Okay, it's a firm, palm to palm, 1, 2, 3. How are you, Stacy? And then let go. Let go. That's the important thing. Okay, you don't just keep holding on the other person's hand, and then the women keep thinking, "What are you trying to do?" Okay. But also talk about the greeting rituals in other cultures. What do people do in other cultures? Okay. Do they bow? The Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, they bow. Okay? What about the millennials? How do they greet?
Hey.
Hey. They tilt their head, right? Hey. It's good. They text each other. Oh, they fist bump. Right? So it's really different subculture. What about namaste? This is what exactly, just be peace with us. Arabs, Asian Indians, Pakistanis, they do this. So it's a be peace, be with you. Peace be with you. Namaste. So this is beautiful because then we took that opportunity, we're taking that opportunity to teach students a little bit about other cultures. Which culture doesn't allow women shaking hands with others? Middle Easterners. Okay? So these are opportunities, right? Don't just let them slip. And then, of course, the first name, the last name. What go first? Julia So, but back home, it's So Whiteley. So my family name comes first. And we have to learn about that. So also teach our students to do that because they're going out to work. They're going to work with people from all different cultures. So that's the opportunity right there. we most of the time here in the US, we use the term last name. But some cultures use the term family name. It says a lot about the culture. I'm a sociologist. Okay, please remember. Any sociologists here? Affinity? Thank you. Yay! All right. There is Sociology and Education Journal, came out in October. The entire issue is about community college sociology faculty. So for most of the Asian countries, Japan, Korea, Vietnamese, Chinese, the family name comes first. So because essentially it's a culture of collectivism. Who's in communication? Nobody? Communication is part of sociology. Okay, now let's look at the history here in the US. Some of our names are being anglicized. Either we chose to or someone else changed our names. Right? I just found it, stick it in here. Interestingly, Donald Trump really talked about his German ancestry. So about Chinese names. What's Chinese origin here? You mean I'm the oddball around here? Okay. So this is a Chinese character that means stone. And some Chinese, you remember there was a time we have Chinese Exclusionary Act, 1998, okay? So they changed their last name to avoid discrimination. Tong changed to Dong, and Tan changed to Tan. Who read Amy Tan's Kitchen Guard? Okay? But I think she kept her T-A-N-G right there. So those are some of the names, okay? Now, in other situations, the names were changed, not by their choice. You learn of this, right? Kutikinta. Sean's were changed. Laha is an Asian Indian name. And there is I'm still trying to verify the fault confirmation. I have read so many things that about why people's families' names were changed. In part it was changed in Alice Island, it changed in Angel Island, because the customer officers at the port didn't know how to read European names, so they changed the names. Although, according to PBS, that wasn't really what happened. So who's into genealogy? Maybe she can take it up and find out, okay? Isaku actually is a Japanese first name. Tomoki is the same. So these individuals, if they have this name, they chose to change it in part to avoid discrimination or to assimilate. Who's of immigrant here? Nobody? Immigrants. Aren't we all? Yes. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Yes. We are either an immigrant ourselves or children of an immigrant. Well, there's some that are not. I come from the state with the highest percentage of Native Americans. Yes. Yeah. Okay, Bobby Jindal, do you know who he is? Yes. Okay, all right. So he actually changed his name from Piyush to Bobby. I wouldn't elect him. So what is in the name? Some of our names privilege us, others they disadvantage us. Many of you are aware of all this happening, right? We've been discriminated when we apply for a loan, when we attempted to rent a house or apartment. When I was a single mom, I rent a home briefly. So I went to see the residents, and this woman sitting there looking at me up and down like this and asked me one question: who's going to mow the yard?
Mow the yard.
Mow the yard. I said, I am? She didn't believe me. How can you do this? A short Asian woman. I didn't get a house, but that's okay. But some of this we are not aware. Let me share this. College admission. Harvard University 2 years ago, there's about 60 Asian American organizations protested on Harvard's campus saying that they discriminated against Asian students who carry a Asian last name. So actually what they did, the Harvard application form, they asked the applicant's mother's maiden name and the birthplace of the parents. So those are indicators. And then even ask the question, has your family changed their last name? I said, oh my goodness. And then Princeton Review is an alumni magazine for Princeton alumni. It's redundant. But it actually told the students, if you apply, please do not put your picture in your application form. When you write your essay, please do not emphasize the importance of families, because those are indicators. So what happened is Asian Americans were being discriminated. Now, maybe you don't think that will happen. It does happen. Asian Americans have double standards when it comes to college applications. Yes, sir?
There are now distinctly African American names, and there's research that indicates that employers discriminate against people who have those distinctly African American names.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes teachers also
Oh, yeah.
discriminate against
Thank you.
people.
That's a great segue, because I'm going to show you another research done back in 2014. 3 business schools, they send out about 6,000 fake email to about 265 universities across the country, pretending that the sender is looking for a PhD program and wanted to have a meeting with the instructor, with the professor. Now granted, they all meet with the students, but they did not respond. I wouldn't say they all. They responded to all the students, but there is certain time delay. Students or the applicants or the sender who carries a, so to speak, European names got the response within 1 week. Student of color, those who carry a minority name, sometimes they hear back from those professors a month later. So even college professors, and you are absolutely right, we discriminate. Now, did they do it purposely? We don't know. We really don't know. But this is the subtle biases that I want to visit in a little bit, okay? Also, there's only one case that the sender has a Chinese name and the professor has a Chinese name. So that is the outlier. So just respond to students' email, okay? When we look at the word Williams, sometimes we intended or attempt to guess the racial ethnic background of the person. Should you? Try not to. Okay? For about 10 years now, I stopped guessing people's race, ethnicity, just by their look and by their last name. You're wondering why. What's the point then? That's the question. What's really the point? It doesn't serve any purpose. Kashef Lee is a very common European name, yes? It's also a Chinese name. It's also a Korean last name. So you want to guess what happened. We may fall flat on our face. Cho is a Chinese name, but it's also a Native American Navajo last name. So again, why bother? Finally, Rodriguez is a very common Hispanic last name, yes? But guess what? People from Philippines. We have to remember, Philippines was under Spanish rule for over 300 years. So many of the Philippines, they carry Thompson as a last name, Lee as a last name, Rodriguez as a last name. Yes. So I would say, just don't even bother. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I worked on a study once, and they were collecting data from a person, and she had a Hispanic-sounding last name, and she was brown. And the person assumed that she was from Mexico. She was from India.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
know, Portuguese have settled a certain area.
Tell your student, how does one spell assume? When I said it, they all just laughed, so I said, don't do it. Okay, the subtle biases. Going back to African American names, Jamal, Juan, Omar, all this, when we pick on it, I have to go to say it. And guess which agency is most profiling? Police, I know by law they can't do it. FBI. FBI. They do it. After 9/11, if you carry Arabic last name, more than likely you are underage. It's sad. To me, it's just history repeating itself. So look at this, okay, by gender in terms of Arab Americans. If we see the name, we know, and right away we'll put the individual in the box. Don't we all? Right? So the other day, I called the hairdresser for my husband. It's a long story, but don't ask the detail. So the lady on the other end said, okay, so we're going to have Danny cut his hair. Right away, what I was thinking was a guy, until we show up. It was the other day. So I said, after all this year, I still do this. So it's not easy, okay? Chris and Chris, Charlie, Justin, Hayden, all these are gender-neutral names. But gender is such an institution in the U.S., right? Not just names are gender, color is gender, toys are gender. And it's just become part of us, we don't even think twice. And if a baby doesn't appear the way that we thought the baby was, we start frowning, it doesn't make sense. So this is another opportunity for us to be self-aware. So here, 5 minutes I think is worth it. So what am I doing? Okay. Name change.
I was a sophomore in high school when my dad sat my family down and told us that he wanted to change his name to Trish. And that was terrifying for me.
Years ago, as a little child, when I was introduced to the first baby I had ever seen, a newborn baby, and so I was pretty young. I'm going to say I was 4, 3. I was told that the baby's name was Trisha. And I don't know why, but I really wished that my name had been Trisha. I'm sure that this is probably typical of anybody who's gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender. You have a definite sense that something's not quite right.
When I was young, I was terrified about what was going to happen when all my friends found out about my dad. My dad is a transgender individual. It's a spectrum of people who don't identify with the gender that they were assigned at birth. Some trans people choose to get sexual reassignment surgery, but many don't, and my dad decided not to. They can be attracted to men or women. There's no set sexuality.
81 was the year that we married. So yes, I'm married, I'm happily married, and I'm in a relationship with a woman.
My dad told my mom before they got married, and to my mom's credit, she stayed with dad. I think she fell in love with the person and the personality rather than just the gender expression.
You guys are a functioning couple.
Oh, we are. And I call that love. And when you find it, you know it. And, oh, it's a beautiful thing.
So you were saying
Choosing a name.
choosing a name.
It was November of 98 that I changed my name. I painted a painting and I painted the date of my name change onto the painting, so that's what helps me keep that date in mind.
Which painting is it?
That is Into the Stubble Before the Storm.
We all saw it coming. We knew that my dad was going to change his name. It wasn't a big surprise, but I think what was scary was that the name change legally had to be announced in the newspaper in our small town of 6,000 people. Nobody else was transgender. It was just my dad, you know? And everybody knew my dad, sort of, but nobody knew that I was necessarily related. So this name change, we obviously share a last name. That was really scary because everybody was going to find out that we were related once that name was printed in the paper. What is everybody going to think?
It's an odd psychology, sweetheart. It's always feeling this nagging need to express your femininity.
When the newspaper came out, the actual day it came out, nobody said a word. Nobody said a word. It was then that I realized that not only did everybody know about my dad, they knew about Dad's family. They already knew about me.
Everybody knows. The elderly woman across the street. How come people know more about your business than you do?
It was already out in the open. Of course, there were people in our community who disagreed with what my dad was doing. There are people in our community who won't speak to my dad, and that's a reality for my family still. But I do think that the name change was necessary, and I understand now. Like I look at what my dad accomplished, and I'm really impressed. My dad was not afraid to be an individual and to be a creative force, and to just be a unique person. I think that's a real lesson to impart to your kids.
Takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage. Not just for him, but for her family as well. So let's come back to the classroom and talk about inclusive classroom. First, the performance, we want to welcome students. You gotta feel they're welcome. So read this little clip and then let's share. Granted, this happened 20-some years ago. Because Mayor Wen now is running for state senator in California. But what about here? This is close to home. Now, again, this happened many years ago. I got this story from a colleague of mine that actually works, teaches at Valencia. So he is actually a graduate of JCP. That was a long time ago. Joe is now 60, so just think. I would say at least 35 years. Okay, but this is really not an easy. Sometimes we say things without thinking, and then one student took it, they remember for the next 30, 40 years. But if we can, we are in a position to change that thinking. So hopefully students walk away with something positive about the classroom experience. That's what we want. So what about your classroom climate? How do you teach? We're sure everybody's engaged, right? They're talking just like what we did earlier. But sometimes this can happen. Let's just hope that it doesn't happen too frequently. Okay, especially situations like this. This one, what do you do when a student goes off? Wants to share? Oh, that's what a story I heard, yeah. But when a student knows off, what do? You're talking, everybody's engaged, and you see this person, you know, it's like, hello? But what do you do? Come on. You just let the child sleep? You just let the child sleep.
We have students who work at UPS and they work all night.
Yes, I heard that story.
And I have let them sleep.
You let them sleep.
They haven't slept in sometimes 30, 35 hours. I call them.
You call on them, but do you call on them, it's like, hey you, or do you walk up quietly?
I usually call them by name and ask them their responses.
Okay.
So
So
not
you,
good for the introvert, probably.
you really want to figure out what to do.
I had a student yesterday tell me he hadn't slept in 35 hours. And, I mean, he was fine. I mean, as far as performance, but
It's very
he was
dangerous,
exhausted.
yes.
He was just exhausted.
So I heard that JCTC doesn't require attendance. Is that right? There's no mandatory attendance?
Depends on the course.
It varies, so it's in your hand. It's up to you.
It depends on the course you're going to. Some courses require mandatory
Okay.
clinical or something.
In my class, it's mandatory. You can miss up to 4 and then I drop you. Mean, really mean.
That's not me.
Yeah, we're not allowed to refine this.
Yeah. So right now is your time to share. What do you do to cultivate an inclusive classroom? Anything. Share with your next door neighbor. Usually when I teach, I have teams of 3 throughout the semesters, but because of this setting, so I just go with pair share. Just share with your neighbor or neighbors across the aisle. This is great.
And so I'll say, okay. So, you know, we
Well, yeah, and I did.
Thank you. So who wants to share this golden nugget, okay? Thank you, Bill.
Okay, what I'm thinking, Hillary talked about it, is that we shape our climate classroom discussions among ourselves, like today, like in the hallways or outside of class. Yeah, I think we develop an inclusive classroom by discussing it with colleagues. And then what do you do? Kind of thing. That's the best I can.
Discussions are good.
I
Sharing
think
ideas.
among colleagues, you figure out what makes an inclusive classroom.
Okay, and what do you do in the classroom? That's what I want to know. Teach me.
Give me a second.
I'm going to give them 3. You don't get any if you don't share. So we have a gentleman. I need a lady to speak up. Oh, sure.
I had a student come in who is in your class now and wants to take 102 with you also because of how you are relaxed and makes her feel like she's comfortable. And she's learning this, you know, even though there's not like these very specific rules that she feels like she has to follow, that you allow her to kind of express herself and what she feels is important. And she came in to get registered, and she built her schedule around being in your English 102 class.
Okay, that's great. I'll give you one more. You cannot afford them all. You have to share. I'll give it to them. Endearing stories are great, right? Okay. Now, my strategy of having a guy and a woman share may not work because we have transgenders. We have cisgender, we have all these others. So I have to figure out a way how to embrace everybody. You have an option, share, okay? I'll be happy to learn. Okay, now let's talk about mindset. We all have our mindset. Don't run away. Okay. So what is your perception of students? We all do, don't we? Right? We give them names and prepare students. Descriptions. Some of them don't even want to be there, so I don't know why you show up for class. Worse is we're telling some students that they can't learn. Wow. I presented a formative assessment at the international conference in Vancouver this past summer. And when I post this, there's one instructor who's like, they really can learn. I just thought, what did I hear, Please share. Thank you.
I teach early childhood education courses. Many of my students are welfare mothers. And I am finding more and more over the years that these folks have gone on to get bachelor's degrees, and I'm now running into those who have master's degrees, and I'm so proud of what they've accomplished. And and so I talk to my students about it can be done.
Okay.
It can be done. You're not stuck.
You heard of Randy Posh,
Yes.
right? Okay, what did he say about the wall? The wall is there to show how much you want the things behind the wall. Right? Remember that? That's a great message. Every last class of the semester, I usually show that video to my students. Then, of course, we all walk out crying. It's really sad. Okay. But have you thought about the sources of that bias?
So we're never,
Lula. Did I say your name right?
Lola,
Lola, okay,
And
sorry.
what's her name?
Lulu.
Thank you.
See, I mixed the two together, I'm not really.
It was a twist. I think we never know what our students are going through before they get to us. They may have had a really rotten day, we may have had a really rotten day. So we always have to go by the golden rule. Just be kind to everyone. Don't call them out in class because they're unprepared.
Can you hear? I'm a tad bit late, you know, I'm the late comer.
By the way,
Those who signed up on the last day of registration, you know. But thank you for sharing. Okay, so are you aware of your own individual process? I have mine, I'm sure all of us have. You say you don't. All I can do is just smile. So are you culturally competent? Okay. How do you know? I've done diversity work for 22 years now. I can comfortably still say that I'm not very culturally competent because there's so much to learn. So much to learn. Recently got an invitation from University of Grenoble in France. Asked me to go do a session for the students to talk about Chinese culture. I said, Chinese culture? I'm Chinese, yes. I'm very comfortable to talk about it, yes. But I left China in 1980. Have never been back. So I said, do you want to talk about something else? You know, I'm really honored, but I don't think I'm the person to talk about Chinese culture. So are you aware of your own social identities? We have multiples. I already told you, right? I was a single mom. I'm an immigrant, college student. What else? Divorcee. Educator. So I have multiple. I'm also Asian American. I'm a woman. I'm a senior. Okay? I'm officially senior 3 years ago. So are you aware of your own social identity? Furthermore, do you know which identity disadvantage you or give you privilege? Are you willing to share? At this point, after a little bit over an hour, you know more about me than I know about you. But I've been trying really to get you to talk. So please share, okay? So what happened here? Okay. This is a subtle bias. Or is it not?
It could just be somebody asking another person for directions.
It does depend on the proximity.
I would ask anybody.
It depends on how bad I need the bathroom.
Most likely to ask
There's a lot of things you don't know, right? That's why it's like,
he's the only one around. Yes, I'm gonna ask you, but otherwise probably not.
so what I should have put down here, this is a dinner banquet in a hotel. You've been watching it, okay? This actually happened to my supervisor when I was with the Dallas Community College. I invited my supervisor, his title was Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. Huge, tall guy. Okay, W.G. Garland, as an African American, I asked him to be there because he was supposed to introduce me. It's an Asian American event. I was receiving a community award. Happened twice that night. Someone asked him where the restroom was, and then the second time, someone asked him to fetch the baggage. Oh my goodness. And WG talked to me, and I kept apologizing. I
So
didn't
was
know
it the
what to really
tuxedo?
want.
Because I'm serious, tuxedos sometimes are worn.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they thought they were in a uniform. You were assuming that it's because of their race. It's not necessarily that reason. Or maybe they're the only person standing there.
No. The mayor of New York was asked to fetch a cat not long ago.
I validate that perception, but I also validate WG's personal experience. Have you read President Obama's book, Audacity? Yes. Okay? There's one incident you mentioned in the book. Do you remember what it is? Someone threw him the car key. Yeah. And he was a senator. Come on, folks. So my question is, if that person is not African American, would other people ask him the same question?
I have to share.
Please.
That happened to me.
That happened to you? That's fine, yeah.
African American nor male, but that happened to me. I wore a red pantsuit in a hotel, and I was mistaken for the hotel personnel. Yes.
I just put it up there. I know there will be conversations like this. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
I've never been asked to fetch anyone's bags, but I have one of those faces. I'm always asked for directions, no matter where I am. If I'm at a Target, somebody will ask me, "Where's the sheets? Where are the towels?" And I usually know, so I tell them.
Thank you for sharing.
If anybody ever asks me to fetch their bags, though, I'll just laugh.
I used to tell this story. I stopped doing it now. I just felt like, never mind. All my children were born in the U.S. And I started telling my kids, I said, every time when people ask you the question, ask for $1. I said, you'll become a millionaire. Because the common question asked them was, how come you speak such good English? And that's exactly my point. You are less likely to be asked by someone, okay? But African Americans tend to experience things like that. Okay? We really cannot tell it. No, it's not because of your skin color. Please don't say that. Because they really experience that. And the first thing they would think is their color because it's experience. I look at myself every day in the mirror, and what do I see? It's not just me. I see an Asian American. I was reminded every day. Okay? I'm reminded that I'm a woman. I'm reminded I'm a senior. If I ask people, excuse me, people will look at me as though I don't speak English. That's our experience. Seriously, yes.
I was going to say, I'd like to suggest a video. Google, I fit the description.
I fit the description, write it down. By the way, all the links in this PowerPoint, I'll be happy to send to all of you. Care of Jill, so you can just click at the link, okay? If you choose to watch it again. I have a question, yes.
Not really a question. I have something to sort of share that sort of goes
Sure.
along this. And I know a lot of women have experienced this. If you walk into any sort of, to ask for information or any sort of a bureaucratic situation, if you walk in on your own, you get a lot more respect than if you walk in holding the hand of a small child. If you are a woman holding the hand of a small child, your IQ obviously goes down about 50 points because you are treated that way. And I have experienced it both ways. I'm the same woman, one time with the child and one time without.
I'm glad you brought it up. There's a sociology book titled Beauty is Power. And research after research shows that a person that dressed better, a person that looked prettier or more dude-like, they get more reactions, positive reactions from people around them. This is something perhaps you want to consider to coach a student a little bit. Because they're really at that level, they're not aware of all these different layers of this discrimination. Yes, ma'am.
I've been discriminated against because I'm overweight. I've been discriminated against because I am a female and a male got the job because he was a man. I understand we're talking about discrimination and it's everywhere. We all have it to some degree, unfortunately. It's how we choose to treat other people as being kind to them, regardless of race, skin, or color. Not one person in this room picked their color, their eye shape, their hair color, anything. And if they don't like, things change as you get older too. It's turning gray. Now you're going to get discrimination because I'm getting older by younger people. So it's how you handle it within yourself as well. You have to be aware of who you are and work to make things better in the world. And if all of us work to do that, it would be a much better place.
I agree with you completely. I tell my students, think twice, speak once. Make sure you have the filter. Sometimes I don't do this. That's a separate issue. But think twice, speak once. Thank you for sharing. Now, I would like you to share with your team about just one misperception you have of your students. It can be something that happened 20 years ago, okay? Really want me to do that.
I know there's one that I can't remember, but I just remember having a student, that student first day, this student is not doing well, and that student did that in the class. And I can't even remember what the student was like, or what the reason was that I thought this when I looked at the student. And afterwards I thought, boy, was I wrong. Maybe I should share that. Should I share that? I'll share that.
Good afternoon. The issue was, I think, of one misperception that you had of a student, and I kind of have this of all the students. Not only is it a misperception, but it's a misconception. And my misperception is that they have come to actually learn something.
I think that's a beautiful misperception. Although I can't call it misperception, because you call it perception, then you ought to be a different place, right?
That's what you asked me.
Doesn't it remind you of some of the students you have? Anybody else? Sure. He didn't like it because I asked him to speak. That's what I guess sometimes. I have students who said, I hate you when you stick that mic underneath my mouth.
Sorry to hog this, but we are rural Kentucky. Carrollton campus. And we had one student come in to be advised her first day. Came in dressed about as country as she could be. She was chewing tobacco and spitting it into a can. And we looked at her and said, this one won't make it. I mean, we couldn't even understand. I mean, this was our thought.
Yes.
She is now finishing her master's degree.
Did you tell her tobacco is not allowed on campus?
Many times. We had to take her can away from her, but we got her through, and she is finishing her master's.
That's your success story right there. Thank you.
But the misconception was, this one's not going to make it.
This one is not going to make it. No. So thank you for sharing. I think it's important. Sometimes things happen in our head, and how it affects our attitude. This is our belief, right? Our belief that she is not going to make it. How does it affect our attitude and then our behavior? Have you read The Dynamics, not The Dynamics, Prejudice by Gordon Allport?
Nature.
Written in 1954. Some of you were not even born.
Nature of prejudice.
Yeah, The Nature of Prejudice. I still use that book. I use 2 chapters in my prejudice class. And of course, on the first day of class, I told my students that I am going to teach you how to be prejudiced. And they all kind of chuckled. Okay, let's move on. Thank you for sharing. It seems this is louder. This is just doesn't have to be fast, okay? I don't know what happened. I might as well use this one. Okay, so what about students' perception of you?
We don't want to know what they think about us.
They see you as hard and straight. Or maybe easy A's, open book exams. Just go to the class and you'll get A's. She's pretty boring. But she's funny. She can't teach. Have you heard students say that? Yeah. This semester, I have a brand new student, graduated from high school, and he wanted to be a teacher. So I asked him why. He said, you know, my teachers in my high school, they just don't know how to teach. From a high school student, I said, good for you, go change the world. Okay? I don't really like her. So one year I did a presentation at New Mexico Retention and Assessment Conference, and I titled it, You Do Not Have to Like Me, but You Have to Excel in This Class. I had standing room only in the room. I was just shocked. And some people told me that they were attracted by the title. So it's like, okay, you really don't have to like me. So maybe it's not you. Some of you teach gateway courses and students have to take the class. Okay? So they already have an attitude affecting their behavior. So don't take it personally. It's time for us to look inside us instead of looking outside, blaming other people in my head. I love this picture. So some of the guiding principles in terms of cultivating an all-inclusive classroom. As an instructor, I think it's very important for us to have an acute sense of self-awareness. How we're feeling, what are we thinking? What is our attitude? But we also need to cultivate a very strong sense of empathy. Feel how they feel. Why this is important? I'm sure many of you know students don't quite understand the difference between sympathy and empathy. So that's an opportunity for you to show them. Show them. Don't just talk about theory. Okay? And inclusive pedagogy also requires to have a social justice framework. Why do we teach? Oh, because I need the income. Of course, we all need the income. Right? But why do we teach? We teach for change. In sociology, we call it critical sociology. The whole purpose is to teach, to instigate social change. It's not a dream, it can happen. And a willingness to share our story with students. but also to model what we teach, to walk our talk. The last two bullets are very, very important because we really need to learn to respect our students, whether it's chewing tobacco or not. Okay. And we have to demonstrate our genuine care for them. My reputation on campus, let me share this with you, okay? I'm straight, but fair, okay? She's really hard, but if you follow her instructions, you can pass the class. But the most important thing that I really feel heartwarming is students saying, she really cares about you. I think this is so important. So we're going to look at how to do this. So why empathy is so important. The first time I saw this, I actually shed a tear or two. So is it here? You know what? Let me go back to here. I think it's better for me to do this way. Because I'm half blind without my glasses. There's no sound.
There's
A little bit? Okay. So it came in the mail. She just opened it.
Dear MS. You gotta be kidding me. No!
I wish her voice was loud.
It's got a leg like me! Do you love her? I love you! So you're gonna finish with your letter. So, Mommy and Daddy had it sent off to this company, a Steph Head Trust Agency. So they said after she arrived, she was given a room to stay while her new leg was being made. She was fitted with a leg in her favorite color pink and started walking on it right away. After a few weeks of training to walk and run in her new prosthetic, she is ready to go home and live her life without limitations and fear.
What do you say to the people?
Thank you. Tell them thank you. Thank you for making us all like me.
Wasn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
I have a lot of videos and many times students just walk away crying. That's my attempt to create that, to cultivate a sense of empathy. Sometimes I cry with them. Okay, let's shift gear a little bit. Turn to, I believe it's page 6 on the handout about an intake form. Did I get the number right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is an intake form that I created myself and can tell you the difference. For the first 3 years, I just asked students to complete and then turn it in the class. Nothing happened. So I decided to do something different. I require them to take the form, take it to my office, and we have a conversation. It changed the world, at least in my class. So I said, you complete it, bring it to me, we'll have a conversation, I'll give you 5 points towards the first exam. So you look at what I was asking. So this has become my, really, student's progress report, my individual student progress report. So when they come and see me, I know the background. I know the story. And we can actually have a conversation. It's also my subtle way of looking at their degrees. Whether they want to transfer, they want to be majoring in sociology. I love my sociology students. But what happened is, after the due date, the first time when I went back to the classroom, I don't know about the student, but for me, I feel a sense of connection with each one of them. It's powerful. Yes, keeps you very busy because my class cap is 40 per class, and I teach 5 classes. Okay, but the first 3 weeks is worth the time. I really want to build a rapport with students. Teaching is hard work, just like learning. Don't you agree? Yeah.
Is that required, or is
No,
it
it's my own.
volunteer
Yeah.
for them to come?
They get 5 points towards the first exam.
Or do they choose not to?
If they
They're not
don't-
penalized?
Yeah, there's no loss. They just don't get 5 points. Of course, they miss the opportunity of speaking with me, you know. Okay. But this has been very, very helpful. So now I actually have 4 years of data now, particularly for my 101 students. So my goal is this coming summer, I'm going to analyze those data because I don't teach in the summer. I only read. So we'll see how it goes. Okay? So that is the intake form. And I encourage you, building something that pertains to your class. You don't have to copy everything from there, but this is one way of you tracking. For example, a student working more than 30 hours. Did they fail your class? Right? Who does statistics here? Who are our math instructors? Okay, so we talk about statistical model. I know it's just one semester, but still you can run the regression and see, you know, how you build in the model here. Time to stretch. Come back in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Straighten out. There's one around the other corner. We could go that way. That
But I don't because I have too many friends. So people can know I've had several people who had the knee surgery, and it's like, you know, it's like 2 years later, and they're still doing as well I'm making my knees work before I start walking. I gotta walk around.
But if you prefer that, I just found out the huge difference is when I was still. It doesn't give me hands-free.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Remember that.
There's something afraid I have to leave, but I haven't. But even though I'm leaving early, okay. I did numbers just, and I used to live in Galilee, actually, in Mexico. So I lived there about 2.5 years before I moved here. So yeah. I remember after my wife and I were there for probably 8 or 9 months, and then we flew back to Atlanta, where she's from, for Christmas, and just the overwhelming greenness of it all is yeah, compared to Gallup, Mexico. Well, thank you, I enjoyed it. Sorry, oh yes, and I'm definitely gonna get your PowerPoint and everything else from Jill. So.
And I believe this is live stream.
Okay, great. So they'll have the recorded one. Okay, great. Thanks.
It should be okay. You get all the stuff. Yeah, you did. That's what it was. Did you have a good meeting?
Do you want like why don't we take our stuff out to your car right now? Tracy. And then when
Yeah, we're gonna get Tracy.
let me take my stuff.
I expect you to yeah, I gotta write. I'm already in our campus, but a great afternoon.
I just can't see getting up out the third row and walking out. Are you going to get the title? Are you going to the Title III thing Tuesday? No, I'll be in class.
Oh, are you leaving?
No, she has to leave at 4, and I'm driving, so we're going to sit back there.
Sneak out. You're next on my email list. I've been going alphabetically through the schedule. We started writing email and didn't have time to finish it. We have like 5 million hours of classes scheduled. And I don't think you've ever replied back on your 8%, so is one of those your 8%?
I just gave my 7.
Okay,
and then
but eventually I'll write you the email.
That would really stop
I'm just
that.
going one by one through everybody's schedule.
That would really stop that. I'm going to show you a video about the Mozart event. Anyone of you heard of this? The Mozart event?
Anything we can do to boost our brain power. If anyone has an answer for that, it's Dr. Gallagher. He's been trawling through the science and is determined to make our audience brighter by the end of the show.
Absolutely. Well, I've looked at a number of things. Diet, reading, exercise, or how about intellectually stimulating music? You might have heard of Mozart, that listening to Mozart will somehow make you smarter. But is it true? I've come to the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden to try it out.
Hello. Thank you very much for volunteering. Have you heard of the Mozart event?
Yes, I have.
So you're interested in finding out whether music affects your brain ability? Yeah, well.
First of all, we give our volunteers a range of cognitive tests. Spatial ability, memory, and reaction time.
Then I've got to get people to listen to some music. And to make sure that they aren't distracted by any of this background noise, I borrowed this. Now's the time to enter the pod. Thank you very much. The idea of the Mozart effect was based on experiments done in the 1990s. Researchers found that listening to Mozart improved people's scores at spatial IQ tests. And it's not just humans. Rats also seem to get smarter when listening to Mozart.
But we're like guinea pigs. The theory is that Mozart's complex melodic structures trigger patterns of brain activity used for processing spatial information, so that Mozart primes the brain to do well at spatial tasks. But to see if Mozart really is so special, I'm also going to try something a bit different. And for a fair comparison, I'm going to compare both to the sound of silence.
Right, 5 minutes in the pod, time to put theory to the test.
Now I'm testing them again with new puzzles to see what difference it's made.
Are you ready? Yeah, go.
This could be good fun.
Yeah, we've got some sellotape.
Big red spindle.
Orange.
Yeah.
There's a flower there. I mean, that could go there, and that could go there. Oh, damn. What's that? Fantastic. Come here all day, you realise this?
Making an absolute pig's ear of this on national television.
Penknife, cinnamon, ball. Something wrong here, isn't there? No, I'm struggling with this, I really am. Oh God, I'm really sick. I can't do it. Even if I move everything, that's not going to fit, is it?
A mug. And that's about it.
Very well.
Got to remember you like a sick.
No.
Oh, very good. Very good, very good. That's 1 minute 11 seconds. Oh, I don't know.
It's going to get in there.
Time to see how our Mozart listeners did. Well, Scott, you had Mozart, didn't you?
Yeah.
So how do you think you did?
Yeah, I found it a little easier.
You remembered 5 on the first time round, 7 on the second. So Dan, you listened to Mozart, didn't you? Yeah. And you did a lot better at the spatial test. Do you think the music made a difference?
I might have done. I mean, I did the second puzzle pretty quick. So.
You just had silence,
Yeah.
and you had Mozart. And on the memory test, well, you did a little bit better, you did a bit worse. Researchers found that, on the whole, people listening to Mozart improve more than people listening to just silence. Since the original study in 1993, lots of other studies have shown the same sort of thing. But before we get carried away, how about our rock music? You listened to rock music?
I did. It was good.
It wasn't too loud?
No, could have been louder.
And how do you think you did on the test?
I think I might have done a little bit better.
You did,
Because I was a little bit more alert after listening to the music.
Your ruler test was a little bit better. Your tangram speed improved even more than that, actually. You had 1 minute 10 seconds, and it was 35 seconds the second time around I did it. When scientists looked at other types of music, they discovered that there's nothing special about Mozart. Rock music can be equally mentally stimulating. Mozart's melodic structure doesn't stimulate our brain in any unique way after all. Any arousing music can improve your brain's performance. Listening to upbeat, enjoyable music stimulates the release of certain neurotransmitters. They're chemicals that pass information between brain cells. And these temporarily enhance particular connections in your brain. That makes it more effective at processing all sorts of information. And all that means that you get temporarily smarter.
Interesting stuff there, Jan. So does this mean we should all listen to loud rock music while we work?
Oh, no, it's not while you work.
Okay.
The interesting thing is that the studies have looked at before you start work. And it turns out that anything stimulating, like listening to exhilarating music, can give you that quick boost.
Ah, okay. So for all your parents at home, your kids are allowed to listen to loud rock music before they study, but then you can make them switch it off. Excellent.
So, if arousing music can stimulate your brain and help its connections.
So we already know that brain actually functions a lot when we want to set the mood. I always play music right before the class starts, 10 minutes or so. But this is something that I noticed the student in my campus, on my campus, they're mostly rural students, not quite economically advantaged, because on our campus, we don't even have a music program. So I was determined to show them classical music. Just a little bit of exposure. So far I haven't any requests in terms of like play heavy music, metal music or whatnot. Last spring, interestingly, I have one class, fewer students, about maybe 20. They actually asked me to play classical music during the exam. So I said it has to be consensus. Even if one student doesn't want it, I cannot play it. So I did it that time. Should have did it one-time study on it, but I did not. So music does have an effect on our brain. Probably except the introverts, especially when we are looking for directions. One way to tell that you are an introvert, when you are lost while driving, the first thing you do is turn off the radio because it's distracting. So I thought this is very interesting. Did you like that? Okay, now better mood, better learning. Let me see. Okay, upstate New York. These are all established by Brewer, Chris Boyd Brewer. So I'm going to show you the website from Johns Hopkins University. Okay, so let's go through this and I hear from students all the time, I have test anxiety. So my first response always like, so what do you do about it? Nothing. But there are ways that we can help, okay? Although sometimes they look at me as like, she's a little bit crazy. So we cannot ignore it. Remember the time when you were a student? Yeah, I have butterflies and we're really, really worried. But if we do not control our anxiety, it will overcome us. That's the reality. So what do we do? Okay? We can learn, and there are ways. Okay? One thing is really to tell your student that I have anxiety too. Don't forget, I used to sit in your seat. Maybe not exactly the same physically, but I used to be a student. So that way they can relate to you a little bit and help them manage it. So this is from Lieberman from UCLA. What he said is, it's cathartic when we write down our feeling on a sheet of paper. And then write down why we think we feel that way. So I'm about to have my exam. I'm really worried that I may fail. Just have them write it. Give them a couple minutes to write it and tell them that I'm not going to grade that. It's really for you. And it does help. Okay? I will send this copy of this PowerPoint to Jill so she can post it. Okay? Another way to reduce your anxiety is write about something that you value. You value families. So inadvertently, you're putting your exam on a secondary level. Some of us ask our students to journal. I think it's very good, very, very good exercise. And as instructors, I don't know whether any one of you journal. Maybe on a weekly basis? Do you reflect? One hand? We have to cultivate a habit. I'm on a one-person journey at Valencia campus to help students to cultivate that habit. I think it's very important for anybody to grow. So another thing is deep breathing. So the first time when I do this, I actually demonstrate to students. So I said, singer students, opera singers, they bend down and just hold the breath, count to 5 and get back up. So the blood is rushing to your head. So what the oxygen and carbon dioxide do in your body is helping you to calm down. How our body works. So I actually, one semester, I have a student who shared her experience with other people. And she said, because she felt awkward in terms of bending down, so what she did, she said, she threw a pen on the floor. So she bent down and picked up the pen. There's a little trick that she does. So students, sometimes I learn so much from them, because just based on their own individual experiences. So those are the 3 ways. And I encourage you to try it. To try it, okay? So what do you do in terms of helping a student to reduce their anxiety? Now's your time to discuss. We didn't expect to come here and do so much work. didn't start in high school. She came home one day and she said, Asian power. And I looked at her and I said, where did you learn that? Well, something to share. How do you help? Yes, ma'am.
I always have students, you might be able to hear me without the mic, because I'm pretty loud, everybody. I always give students a blank piece of paper after they've put all their materials away before they're getting ready to start a test. And I say, okay, now, and I'll tell them I'm going to do this before I even give them the paper. I say, I'm going to give you paper, and you'll have 5 minutes to write down anything that's important to you that you think you're going to need to remember for on this test. And when you feel like you've written down what you need to remember that's rolling around in your head right now, raise your hand and I'll bring you the example.
So were they able to refer back to the sheet of paper that they
Yes, I
had
let
done?
them use that paper
Oh.
for their test.
See, and then something. 5 minutes. Can they fill the paper in 5 minutes? But it's good though. I don't mean to dismiss that.
Right.
Yeah, it's really good. I thought I saw a thing. Oh, thank you.
I'm the math teacher, and they bring their anxiety and decide a suitcase load. So I actually do the meditation. Well, it's not real meditation. I do the deep breathing, but we have the lights out, the quiet, the breathing, counting. And when I've asked my students for the past 2 or 3 semesters if I should do meditation, they have all been like, yes, we would love you to do that. So one of these days I'll learn how to do a little meditation. But we just do deep breathing.
Thank you. I'm walking away with a nugget now. It's great. I walk away with quite a few. Yes, Jim. I'm walking as fast as I can.
That's okay, I can probably project. So I have to share, I share this because I stole it and then co-opted it to suit my purposes, but I call it the Freedom Trash Can, and I use it on paper days, Women's and Gender Studies test days, and mostly I use it on the days when I walk in the room about week 9 and 10 and people are just sitting there and they're freaking out before you even open your mouth. And so I have them write down on a piece of paper everything that is a stressor for them in that moment, positive or negative, what's distracting your brain. And they write, and then I walk around with the trash can, and I stand there and I'm like, rip it up, rip it up. I walk around, I collect it all, I open the door, I slide the trash can out in the hall, and then I slam the door really loudly. And I said, those stressors are not gone, but they are usually laughing at my ridiculousness. And they are laughing, and at least the energy has changed in that moment. And Jennifer, like you, when I ask, students are like, that was so funny, or something that you remember. Yeah.
That's cool. This is great. It reminded me something. You know, in this country, people will go through divorce. There's not a ritual in terms of social divorce. Right? We sign the paper and we think it's done. A person individually will have to go through social divorce. So some of us go through counseling. And I remember one activity that the counselor had me do. It's really, he has a sandbox. And he said, just give me a pen. And he said, write down everything you want to write about your ex. I wrote it down. And then said, like, okay, now just smash that sand away. It's almost like a closure. Some couples would come up with something different. He had told me that one couple actually decided to take their marriage certificate up to the mountains and burn them together. So put it as a closure. The divorce has to have a closure, otherwise we continue to bicker, which is really not very healthy. But your trash can reminds me of an activity that is extremely powerful for students to learn about inequality. So they're sitting in the classroom, right? So some of you are nodding your head, you already know. There's a trash can in the front of the room, and you ask students to crumble a sheet of paper and throw your crumbled paper under the trash can. So what happened? Those sit in the front aimed the trash can. Those sit in the back could not. We talked about inequality and accessibility. It's a very simple exercise that makes students realize that where you are in society pretty much determines. It's unfortunate, but we live in a class society. That's one thing we have to recognize that. And we just have to work with the system. I'm getting distracted, but let's move on. This is Chris Boyer's website, and I will send a link to you. Because on the website, you will see a lot of integration of music into the classroom and what music to play. The book that was published is a good 20 years old now. It's out of print. Couldn't buy it anywhere, but you can go to Johns Hopkins School of Education. Okay? So let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. So we talked about student engagement. What do you do in terms of student engagement? How do you teach? Start talking. Who wants to share? Nobody? You're behaving like my children.
About 3 years ago, I heard about this concept called flipped classroom. And I thought, well, I don't think that's going to work because I'm the expert. But guess what? I decided I would try it. And so I teach software, by the way. And so my students always have a lot of toys in front of them. And so I quit giving them the information. I gave them resources for it. They do have an assignment that they have to do before they come to class. It does count 30% of their grade, so it is heavy duty. And when they come to class, then we either have discussions about what they learned or 5 minutes where we share what they learned, all the theory that way, and then we do an application. So it is totally flipped. So what I'm seeing them do in the classroom then is what normally would have been an assignment afterwards. But I'm seeing where their problems are, where their weaknesses are, And I'm constantly got my ear to the grindstone and hearing the discussions and so forth. It works. I like being saved on stage. It's fun. But it's not what my students want or what they need in this era. And I have seen my average grade go up at least one letter because I've been doing it.
Oh, wonderful, yeah. So the gentleman. Thank you, David, right?
In my English 102 classes about the last couple of weeks of the semester, my students finish up by writing research papers, and they have to do 10-minute PowerPoint presentations based on their research papers.
Cool.
Wow. So something to share. The Medical School of Harvard, in the fall of 2015, the entire faculty decided to change the way they teach. So the incoming medical students, they told the student that we are not going to teach you whatever you can Google. We're just going to teach you how to apply the knowledge that you Googled. So I told my student, I said, the day will come when I'm not going to tell you the definition of terms. And you come to class, you already know the definition of terms, and then we can apply those terms. Sociology, I mean, we use a lot of concepts, and sometimes it's very abstract for students. So, thank you for sharing again. I learned something here, okay? Now, you notice my PowerPoint has quite a few pictures? Yes? That's the picture effect. Students learn so much more, and they can remember more if you show them a picture instead of text. So for example, I'm a sociologist, not that for example. I want to teach students the concept of groups, in groups and out groups. If I put it up there, not only was it glaring, they are busy copying. Do they remember when they step out of the classroom? Probably not. Okay? So if I put up two pictures, I don't even have to say the word. They know the concept. Right? That's the power of picture. It's beautiful. And of course, afterwards, after this lecture, like 2-3 weeks later, and I said, do you remember the picture of the duckling? And they were nodding their head, which is good, So again, using text is fine, but I would encourage you to use colored text rather than black and white. This is the magic of color. Do I have any psychologists here? Anybody teaching psychology? One. Okay. You refute me if you don't agree with me. It's perfectly fine. But this is based on accurate. It's old research, but it helps. This is where, let me say this. Our amygdala is right here. I'm a sociologist, but I believe that neuroscience has come up with some fascinating research study, especially in prejudice. So whatever we absorb here, we have millions of information going through our senses, and it goes straight there. It's a filter into other parts of our brain. And if certain things are colored, it helps us to remember. That's what it is, okay? So when I put this up, I put the distinction in similar color, just to help students remember. But again, I still prefer picture, especially for the millennials. They just love pictures. So recall, we talk about recall here, okay? I teach 5 classes, so each class has a color. So I color code all my handouts. And this has actually dawned on me when a student was now working on her master's degree in social work, and she told me that when you gave us that yellow color, because it was, in terms of what classes she took from me, so every class is a code, and she said now she color code all her courses. And when she took her exam, the first thing that popped into her head was the color of the paper. So we remember things by association. If it works for her, that's great. Okay? So students, this is how we learn. We learn by association. If color helps, I said, go ahead and use it. It also helps students to put, oh, yellow, this is Dr. So's class, right? Of course, if all of you use color coding, I'm not sure about the effect. Okay, so we manage the class. Now today, the whole purpose is really cultivating an inclusive classroom. By now you notice that I visually engage them, I auditorially engage them. Okay, if the entire class passes an exam, I'll bring cookies for everybody. I always award the highest scoring students with a gift. Publicly recognized, only works for American children though. Because for international students, sometimes they are being brought up in an environment that they do not want to stick out. So if you publicly recognize them, they may not be happy. So you want to be a little bit sensitive about that. Texas Instruments have a hard time recognizing its international employees, particularly from Japan. Because Japan is a culture of collectivity. So they just kept shaking their head, don't do that. But we have to recognize and respect their values, okay? Now, moving into active learning. We engage students through different meetings, which is great. How do we get them to active learning? You've been doing the entire time. Active learning, you know that? Because you were thinking, you were writing, and you were discussing. So this is what I do with my students as well. Okay? And at the end of the semester, I have my own evaluation, and many of the comments coming from students encourage me to do it again and again. It's because they love it. Some of them said, I'm really not a people person, but this has helped me learn. So participate, randomly assign students to you. So the way that I did random is because I'm a social scientist, it has to be random, right? So I printed all the name tags on a sheet of paper and cut them up, and then I have two students that come up. And one is to select, the other one is to announce. That way I am away from the process. So that's how I assign them. Teams of 3. Do you know why teams of 3? Simmons had talked about, he has actually a book on small groups. Talk about teams of 3. There's always this one that is in the position of power and dictate the others. But in an auditorium, they're not even talking to each other. It happens. So I said, you know, if you feel really awkward, why don't you do this? Just turn to the other person and say, hi, my name is Julia. That break the ice. They really need some coaching right there. So we are going to talk 3 things. Lecture chunking that came up from Austin, University of Texas at Austin, subject expert, and then team-based learning. Lecture chunking. So essentially the concept is break up your lecture into small parts. Our human brain doesn't work very long. If we talk more than 8 minutes, it's too long because students will not remember what we say. So you break it up, okay? So think of a lecture and cut it into 3 different parts so students have time to digest each concept. So going back to the group, the in-group and out-group thing, okay? So I have all these things that I want to teach in that particular class period. So if I stand here and just preach like a sage, do you think they will remember anything? No, they won't. They would just stare at me. So what I did is I break it up. Student, come up with examples. And I told them, I said, if you can come up with examples, you're demonstrating to yourself that you understand the concept. You're not demonstrating, you're demonstrating. How do you know this stuff? Right? If you can tell your peers, that means you know this stuff. So what I would like you to do now, doesn't matter what discipline you are, Just think of a subject matter, a concept, that you can chop it up into 2 or 3 parts. Give it some thought. Thank you. It's 3 o'clock. I have 1 hour and a half to wrap up everything. So I'll be honest, I'm a little behind, about 15 minutes behind, but I'll compensate, okay? We do have a speaker who's willing to share, and I think the most important part is because she doesn't have the luxury, like many of us, in terms of 16 weeks. She only has 1 hour. Right?
So when we think about the research process, it can be very confusing for students, and we get them for an hour and we give them a lot of information about process and product and databases. So we started talking about it in terms of define, locate, select, organize, and use ethically. And it doesn't mean that you do those in separate steps, but it gives you a way of thinking about the process and how to use it, defining your information need. You know, where do you locate these things? How do you locate these things? When you select them, what is the process of selection? What are the steps that you take to do that? Then organizing for writing, because research takes place at a different time than writing. So how can you organize that so that you can pull them together? And then use ethically, of course, as MLA, APA, citations, and that whole process. Anyway.
Thank you. I teach sociology, so I force students to use ASA format. American Sociological Association format.
We have one of those too.
Yeah, I know. I'm just anal, what can I say? A gentleman. No gentleman. Thank you. I love it when I have volunteers. I always tell students that I don't do cold calls because I don't do sales.
I think Randy was worried when she started heading this way that she was coming to select him. I know that I'm the math person, but actually the first thing that came to mind for me was writing an essay, because I remember back in high school we had that 3.5 thing drilled into our heads. Break it down into the introduction, your body, and your conclusion. And then if you break it down further, you can look at your thesis statement and your introduction, your 3 main points in your body, and stuff like that. So whenever I have to write a paper, and when I write my notebook, this coming up very soon, you know, I start with an outline and kind of break it down, and then you look at each point and try to go into more detail there, and it just keeps branching and becomes a full essay. So that came to mind for me.
Thank you. Guess what? I also do that. Intro, body, and conclusion. They got 2 points. That was an essay. That's it. I'm stingy. What can I say? Okay, let's move on. Thank you for sharing again. So another thing that can be very effective is what I call subject experts review. Many of us review the previous lecture, yes? How many of you do that? One of the first things you do, you walk into the classroom, is, anybody have any questions from last Wednesday? Right? And then they said, and then you review. Put the work on the student. Have student review. And that's what I do, okay? So essentially, you send them an email ahead of time. You actually assign them ahead of time. So next week is your team, and you send an email to the entire class. So team 9 is going to review the differences between crowds and groups. And I do not want them to just come up and say, crowds, groups. We talk about crowds and groups. No. We talk about primary and secondary group. No. I really want them to talk about it. And then I send them a link to watch a very short video, so additional information from the last lecture. I know Flip Classroom is very popular now. I flip it at the end rather at the beginning. Whatever works for you. But this is subject experts, okay? My email to students between classes is my way to engage them between classes. So they will remember that, oh, I'm taking Sociology 101. Some of them take this review, actually it's only 5 minutes, very, very seriously. Some of them would come to me, do you want a PowerPoint presentation? I said, no, don't kill yourself. And it's a low stakes, but at the same time helps students to focus on their courses. So talking about low stake here. Many of you do quizzes, yes? Between exams, okay? So what I would suggest, according to Barrison, is do a team quiz. Allow students to take a quiz together and learn it the hard way. I have students that every time they come to class, because it's a pop quiz, so they're having butterflies, they're really having anxiety. So I said, no, this is not about learning. So I just tested it and I say, why don't we do a team quiz? You take the quiz as a team together, you can discuss the answers. They love it. So I start reading about it. And this is what happened. Now I take it further. So in my exams, I allow students to do team quiz as well. So all my exams have 2 parts. a short answer part and a Scantron part. So short answer part, they're equally weighted. Short answer part remains with the student. They don't take that quiz again. There's the Scantron part. The student take the Scantron exam first. I collect the Scantron, and they take the same exam as a team together. So I give them a separate Scantron. So this is what I told them. If your individual grade is higher than the team grade, I'll keep your individual grades. So they won't feel like they're being punished. But if your team grade is higher than your individual grade, I'll take the average of the two. They love it. And this is what consensus testing is, okay? According to Toppings. So you do whatever, you can modify it, whatever, but this works for me at my campus. And I tell students that now it's not just about discussing the answer. Because there are times the students say, my answer is right, yours is wrong. But I said, it really comes to your persuasive skill. How do you persuade your other team member that your answer is correct? So just 2 weeks ago, I had a student send an email to me. He said, well, I think I marked the wrong answer on the entire Scantron because I'm one answer short. So I said, well, you may have to discuss with your team, what are you going to do next? So he came back and said, they decided that I should not mark the Scantron next time. The students, they can really, they are their own problem solvers, okay? So this is one way of helping them, and also, it can also reduce a little bit of test anxiety. Yes, ma'am?
How do you choose the teams for the test, though, so the students don't feel like, well, you've got the good student in your group, and I've got the, how do you?
No, it's randomly assigned, remember? Yeah. So they stay with each other for the entire 16 weeks, whether they like it or not. Now, if you choose to do that, you may want to have the student come up with a contract, so to speak. Have them decide how to interact with each other. Then you give the power to them, you empower them. How are we going to, what is the goal of this team? How should we interact with each other? What's the purpose? You can do that. The nursing program on our campus did that. Yeah. I don't do that. I actually give them some touchstones in terms of interacting with each other. So it really depends on how you want to run that team. Whatever works for you and your class. I hope I answered your questions. Okay. So remember the name game? Going to do some heavy stuff now. 310. Okay, so I want you to think back at the name game, look at your notes. Every now and then I have to remind my student to go back to the note and look at that. What was your name and how it disadvantaged you? Or how it privileged you? Share with your team. heartwarming story. I'll run up as quickly as I can. See, I'm not running. We had a heartwarming story here.
Somewhere long ago, I took a linguistics, and learned how to write in phonetics. And so on the opening days of school, you know, when you're having to read from the roster and call names, you know, I write their name phonetically. You know, most of us Anglos have an easy name. We don't have any problem. But for some of their names, you know, they're pretty complicated, especially vowels and such. And so when I write it phonetically, I have to look at it for those first 2 weeks, you know, on the roster, and I transfer it from day 1 to day 2 to day 3 to day 4. And by that time, I know what their name, I know how it's pronounced. And I feel like it's sort of saying to them, not overtly, but subtly, that I want us to have a good relationship, and I know the pronunciation of your name is important. If they have a nickname that they want to be called and it's not something vulgar, you know, then we go with that. So it kind of creates more of a friendly atmosphere. But I remember at the time thinking, you know, phonetic writing is never going to help me much, but you know, it's come very handy. So that's yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, okay. Great, you have not spoken. I remember. You know how to keep those vocal voices down? Every classes we do have some students who are very vocal, right? So what do you do? Then I'll just politely say, you know, I really would like those who have not spoken, speak. Thank you.
Well, those of you who know my name, a lot of people have no clue. You know, when I first graduated, I sent out 75 resumes, got 0 interviews. Because of, I think it was because of my name. I have my dad's name, and I'm the only other Donto that I know of. So once I included my middle name on my resume, which is Angelo, I got interviews.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. So both participants talk about the pronunciation of your name. Either privileged or disadvantaged. Personally, I don't really like the term oppressed, but in the literature, that's the term they use, privileged and oppressed. Okay, so let's shift gear into intersectionality, because I honestly don't know where everybody stands in terms of this term, so I decided just to have someone else do the dirty job for me. Okay. It's really very clean. This is very easy to understand.
Based on sex, gender, culture, race, and other factors. And we can often consider these things in isolation. But what happens when someone experiences multiple forms of discrimination at the same time? What happens when we have overlapping areas of discrimination? Well, one of the things that can happen is that we can have individuals in our society that have characteristics that can result in them facing discrimination in multiple different areas. For example, we can have a female who is of African American origin and who, for example, practices Buddhist teachings. And in a particular society within our country, that may cause her to be discriminated against in 3 different areas. So if we were to draw her circles of discrimination, what would her overlap look like? So she may have one overlap based on her sex or gender. She may have one overlap based on her racial or cultural identification. And she may have another circle based on her religious ideas. And right in the center, we have this level of extreme overlap, right at the intersection. Now, why is it important to consider this intersection of these 3 different areas? It's important because at this intersection, these multiple different categories of potential discrimination or oppression may compound and interplay in this one individual and really significantly put her at a disadvantage within society. And in order to understand the level of disadvantage that she has, we really need to understand all three of these factors. The theory of intersectionality really states just that. It really focuses on the point at which these multiple different areas of potential discrimination overlap with one another and exist alongside one another, and says that we really need to understand when all of these things coexist, because if we don't consider all of them at the same time, we really don't get to fully understand the situation. So in this individual, if we just consider the fact that she likes Buddhist teachings in a culture or society that really doesn't appreciate that, and we miss the fact that the society also doesn't appreciate the fact that she's female or discriminates against African Americans, we may not fully understand the level of discrimination that she faces. And the same situation would result if we only consider the fact that she was female in a sexist society, or that she was African American in a racist society. So this theory of intersectionality really asks us to consider all of the different levels of discrimination. Now, while the theory was originally coined in 1989 by Crenshaw as a feminist theory to explain the oppression of women, it has since really expanded out, and people have then really used it to explain oppression and discrimination found in all parts of society.
Do you agree that was really clear? I think so. That's one of the best ones that I can get from you all. So intersectionality is not so much about experience, but also about institutions, how we separate us because of our social identity. And it's crucial in terms of cultivating an all-inclusive classroom. It's very, very important. Like I said earlier, the concept is not new. It started in late 70s, 80s. At that time, all along we call it diversity and inclusion. But we have ignored the part that a person, like was Khan Academy mentioned, was a woman who practiced Buddhism. Are we excluding Buddhism? When we celebrate Christmas, say for example?
Pagan Christmas and Christian Christmas.
Yeah. So in Texas, for example, they don't call it Christmas break anymore. Winter break. Yeah, they don't call Easter weekends anymore. Because spring break, different terms, okay? Nonetheless, the concept is here. Essentially, this is what we have. Okay? So please turn to your handout, page 7, is that right?
8.
Page 8, the power line. Power line. I would like you to do a quiet exercise. There's a line in the middle, okay? Look at all these statuses, or social positions, or social identities, if you will, and circle those that pertain to you.
Above the line or below the line?
Doesn't matter, as long as they pertain to you. I'm sure for many of you, probably it's about the line. For my student, mostly I blew the line.
It depends on what the result is here.
So those of you who finished, I'm sure most, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I'm not sure. Do most of your circle, the words that you circle above the line, those are positions of privilege. At least in the U.S. perspective. Now, I would like you to discuss with your team how those circled social identity privilege, and if you have some that is below, how those disadvantaged. Do you know what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, I do.
Sure. No, there's no right But the idea is, like for example, a woman, she was young. So the idea is there's multiple identities at the same time. And so I'm up here. That's what I just said. Even college graduates, did they learn something? Okay, who has a story to share? And I already told you that most of us may have more circles above the line than below the line, which is perfectly fine. There's no right or wrong answers here. The whole idea is to have you realize that we live in a class society. We live in a patriarchal society. We have to recognize it. Doesn't mean we can be oppressed. I really feel like it. Yes.
My major one that's down below the line is that I'm female.
Okay.
And starting back when I was in elementary school, I always was running into things where I couldn't do things because I was female. But the main thing that has always stuck with me and I felt was really a discrimination case was when I was a grad student in college and I was studying fisheries management. And our class went to the federal fish hatchery and there happened to be a vacancy. And the guy that was giving us the tour said no females need apply, and that the managers there would not even consider working with a female. So just to see how far I'd get, as soon as I got back to town, I went to the federal employment office and they wouldn't even give me an application. Wow. What year was that? 1981.
Oh my goodness.
In the year 2009, when I was not teaching at UNM, I was teaching at CNN, Central New Mexico Community College, a student that just moved from New York to Albuquerque, and she applied for a job. When she was in New York, she worked in a plant that assembled ammunitions. So she's really good at that, okay? When she moved to Albuquerque, she applied for the job, and she was told she won't get the job because she's a female. Some years ago. It still happens. It's sad, but it still happens. 2 years ago, we opened up a position, a psychology position, and I just cringed inside me because one of the applicants at both talks, he talked about he's an Iran. You don't have to mention that.
I missed that, sorry.
Oh, both times he mentioned that he's an Iranian. He's from Iran.
Okay.
And I just, you don't have to mention this. This is when discrimination can happen. Yes, ma'am.
I have a story about a cousin by marriage who is a structural engineer. And his company put together plans for a geodesic dome that sits down here in Louisville on the, it was Capital Holdings and it keeps changing names and now it's something else. But anyway, he is from India. And so when he submitted the plans, he was told that they did not want a Hindu dome. And he said, well, that's good because I'm Catholic.
That's a great story, yeah. I'm a Catholic.
And then they accepted it.
Okay, the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to talk about something that some of you may not be comfortable, but it's a journey, so walk with me. Okay? We live in a heterosexual country. We were taught from childhood to fall in love with one type of people, the opposite sex. Okay? If we don't do it, then it's wrong. I just have a whole slew of history. Okay? In fact, the term homosexuality and heterosexuality, today's meaning is the exact opposite of what it meant back in 1900. It's the exact opposite. Addition, you're frowning. Maybe I didn't explain it well. Today's meaning, contemporary meaning of homosexuality and heterosexuality is the exact opposite of what it meant around the turn of century. And it was defined by medical doctors.
So they misuse the same and different prefix?
Yes, no, except the spelling's the same, they just explain it, they define it differently. Okay?
Yeah, the Latin, the homo means same, and hetero means different.
So homo was they define it. I don't remember the medical doctor that defined it, okay? But that's how they say it. The homosexuality is attracted to people of one sex, just the opposite sex, not our own sex. Heterosexuality is attracted to people that are, today we mean the opposite sex, right? But back then it was our own sex. That's how they define it. And additionally, this is when the religion comes in, that we tie in procreation with heterosexuality. So one can only have a child if you are heterosexual. You cannot biologically have a child if you're homosexual. And that's how the perception on the homosexual community comes in, because they become sterile. I'm just giving you a little bit there, okay? The source of all this information will be in the reference, and then you can pull it out, okay? You can pull it out and read about it. So this is a conversation between two persons. A man said, I have a date this Saturday. And the response is, who's the lucky girl? Is she pretty? Most of the time we hear this, right? But this is an exercise that can help your student understand heterosexual normativity in this culture. Now, on the other hand, another dialogue. When the woman said, I'm getting married. So what do you think was the response? Who's the lucky man? What does he do? Not so much about, is he cute? Says a lot about sexism right now. Okay? Do you have any comments? Yes.
I think I can be loud enough. When I was living with a man for a long time, and he always wanted a more official kind of name. And I said, well, I would just like to refer to you as my partner. And he says, well, doesn't that make people think you're gay? And I said, yeah, and it's really nice to watch their brains kind of flip. When they find out that you're a guy.
The world has changed. When I started at Valencia, thank you for sharing. When I started at Valencia, the fall, I remember vividly, after a social problem class, a student walked up to me. I said, you think things will change? That fall of 2012, in the Union, we only have 4 states that recognize same-sex marriage. Today it's legally recognized at the federal level. Things change. In fact, now, it's not so much about gay marriage, it's more about civil rights for the transgender individual. Very, very important. So, turn the question around. Okay? Why are you straight? These are questions that we ask people who are gay or lesbian. So are you gay because of the sex? Because most people think about that, right? But when we turn the table around and ask questions like that, it's provocative, yes, I agree. But it also make people think. I warn you, this is heavy stuff. But this is a very useful exercise for your student to really make that, maybe your student can turn around and teach you, I don't know. Okay. To really help them understand what is normal and what is not. But more importantly, I think we need to tell them that in 1973, DSM, Diagnostical Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association, that was the year they lifted homosexuality from the list of mental illness. So this is how society views these people. We still have people think about them as mentally ill. We still do, okay? There's a huge number of it. Whenever you attend Donald Trump's rally, you see them. So now let's move and talk about gender normativity. We live in a binary system, male and female. Right? Earlier I talked about genders are, colors are gender, names are gender, occupations are gender. So think about questions like this. I'm a woman. How do you know? Because biologically I was born as a woman. Biologically. So I'm supposed to be feminine because biologically I'm a woman? Right? So sex is biologically determined, but gender is socially constructed. And it varies by culture. So here in the US, we have certain social script for men and for women. So as a woman, I am supposed to put on makeup, okay? Speak softly and walk gently. I'm not supposed to speak with vulgar language. Like my friend from college, April is 45 years old now. When she was junior high, she was told that she can never learn how to play a cello. They say, what? Both her parents were Baptist. Yes, I'm Baptist. You understand why, right? You play the cello, you have to spread your legs. No ladies are going to play cello in this house. So if someone questions your gender, how do you prove that you are occupying that gender that you feel inside? How are you going to show that? It's not easy. It's really not easy because we live in a binary society. Now, whatever I'm going to say to you now, it wasn't planned, but I'll just go ahead and tell you. In terms of sex, our anthropologists can verify that. Okay? So what determines our sex?
Internal parts.
When we were born, what did the doctor see and what did the doctor say?
The doctor saw some external parts and made a diagnosis.
Secondary sexual characteristics.
Okay? So the doctor take a look at the bottom of the baby and say, congratulations, you have a boy or you're a girl. But there are certain things that the doctor have not done to determine the sex of this child. The hormone profile.
They've not done a DNA test, they've just guessed based on the best available evidence.
Based on DNA.
The most readily available evidence.
So our hormone, I have people who teach us biology here. Okay? Your puberty doesn't happen. Your hormone doesn't kick in until your puberty hits. Yes?
It spikes when you hit puberty, yeah.
Right. So how would I know? Say, for example, if my external biological characteristic is a female, but my internal biological characteristic is something else. Nobody would know until I hit puberty. But then by one look, my child's future is determined. And then what about those? Those meaning 1 out of every 2,000 births. Those babies that were born with ambiguous genitalia. So historically, the doctors would say, ask the parents, decide on the sex of your child. It's a gut-wrenching decision for the parents. Sadly enough, it's usually easier to put a hole than reconstruct a penis. We will know until the child hits puberty. There's a very powerful YouTube video, documentary. The child is Josie and Jesse and Joel. So this is a boy that was born as a boy, okay? And all along, she loves girly stuff. So mother is going through the entire process with the kiddo. The mother ended up having to homeschool the child because people were teasing. I call her because she wants to have boobs, she said. She's about 15, 16 now. So she can start her blocker, some chemical that injections that the doctor can put in the body to block her testosterone to continue. And then when the right time comes, then they can give her a different kind of hormone so she can develop boobs like she always wanted to. But the child knew all along, even as young as 5, 6 years old, that she wants to be a girl. And her mother said one time she was taking a shower and saw the baby, not the baby, saw her son, one hand holding her penis, the other hand with a nail clipper. And she said, I want this out. She was just so determined. The science is not quite there yet, but I would encourage all of you to just respect your students, no matter what gender, what sex they are. We're still rather fussy about this. Yes, ma'am.
I always do this conversation. I teach women's and gender studies. I talk about identity politics when I teach English. And one of the things that really strikes me about conversations about this is when I'm outside of that discipline and I go into other places, I'm always struck by having to remind myself that students are showing up in my classrooms having lived however many years of other people judging their identities. And so even in the classes where I have no intention of talking about intersectionality, I have to remember that how I choose to treat and interact my facial expressions in classrooms, etc. I had to train myself to not greet students as Ms. or Mr. as I'm learning their last names. I mean, I learned first names too, but sometimes funny in the semester, because I have to remind myself how to respect that gender identity and always, and so thank you for sharing that story, because you were talking about that childhood, and they show up in this room after, what, 18, 20, 30 years of people treating them in a certain way, and then I have that choice every day to either reinforce a way for them to feel othered, or reinforce a space that lets them learn outside of other people's expectations of them. So thank you for that work, because that constant reminder is so critical.
It's really not easy, particularly speaking with adults like you all. Let me just tell you one more story and then we'll move on. The first time I encountered a transgender woman was in the year 2004. Janine is her name. When I met her, she was already dressed in suits, heels, wear makeups, carrying a purse. But working with her, I learned that she's actually a man. So I asked her, how would you like me to address you? And she said, Jenny. Now, birth certificate, passport is John. So we actually did several sessions in terms of diversity training. So that was 2004. When I was in graduate school, my office mate, Michael wears long hair. He put on eyeliners, has a big beard. He carries a purse. He put on nail polish and toe polish. So one time Michael said, I got the interview with Dallas Independent School District. What should I do? Considering that time, this is in the mid-1990s. And I said, just don't wear sandals. Seriously, yeah, because the culture is not there yet. And I said, just leave your purse in the car. Well, Michael got the job. Michael still liked to be called he, but he just liked to dress like a woman. And he's married. Both John and Michael are married to a woman. Now, it may sound strange to you, but what I'm encouraging is treat them like an individual. They are human beings. That's all I'm asking. Now, the problem or the situation that many of these individuals face is really institution barriers. So the other day, I was having a luncheon with my colleagues, and I say, okay, well, you all know that I'm a woman, okay? If I dress like a man, one day I decided to dress like a man. And I'm out in the public. I needed to go to the bathroom. What do I do?
What state are you in?
I dress like a man. For us, honestly, for us, we don't have to do a second thought. We just see a bathroom, we just go in. But not for the transgender folks. It's really not for them. They have to plan the daily trip. When I read about this, it reminded me of a book written in the 60s. Black Like Me, John Griffin. Okay, this is a white man, okay, went through certain procedures to look black so he could travel to the South. And he really wanted to experience how the black folks experience. And one part of the book that really stuck me, really, is he said every time when he asked for the restroom, and he's either at the bottom of the building or at the end of the other street. So he really have to run. Transgender group individuals have the highest bladder infection compared to all other social groups. And it's a daily issue for them, okay? So this is the estimated number of population by trans in terms of adult. Kentucky is pretty much up with the state's norm. The state of New Mexico is number 3 in terms of percentage. But you noticed, okay, the younger people, more and more younger people are coming out. In terms of age range, this is really not very good in terms of comparison. Statistically, we want to have every 10 years, but this is 18 to 24. This 24 jumped to 64. Of course, the number is much higher, and it's 65. This came up from the Williams Institute from UCLA. But what I wanted to share is that more and more younger people are more comfortable in terms of expressing their gender orientation. It's really not easy. So what can we do in the classroom? Do we marginalize them because they are not part of the norm?
No, you treat them with the same respect
Thank you.
that you
Oh, I'm
expect
asking
others to
you,
treat.
yes, treating them like human beings. They are a person, it's not their fault. And I tell students the same way. It's not their fault. They are a beautiful human being. So I already talked about BioBreak here, okay? So this is a journey. Let me see. I can only give you 6 minutes to do this.
One precious moment.
What I'd like you to think about is something that happened to you when you were a child growing up, something that you really is very memorable. And just write it down. You don't have to give me your name. An incident, a trip to Disneyland. Thank you.
After you were a child?
A child growing up, but an incident that is very memorable to you. Your marriage?
What made you burn as a child?
It doesn't have to be childhood. It doesn't have to be a childhood.
So just any significant event?
Yeah.
Now it's easy.
Everybody has an index card, right? Okay, thank you so much.
Keep this in there.
to you. Doesn't have to be child, as your adult.
Use precious.
That's precious.
Yeah,
In
precious.
contrast to memorable.
Important, memorable,
Positive?
positive.
Positive?
Unless for some reason you trade
Just
the
write it
horrible
down, that's
memories.
it.
That's valid point.
Really got
Do
you
you want
thinking.
them?
Oh, yes, please.
I win.
Thank you so
Well, I was
much.
gonna say, I'll help collect them.
Thank you.
Here you go. I'll meet you.
No, I wanted a card.
Oh, you want a card?
Please, yes.
Sure.
That's your precious moment, Bill?
I do. Can't forget it.
Like keep my precious moments in the curio cabinet.
Sure, thank you.
Well, they're worth us giving up the box.
Turn it upside down.
You're a good man. Not reading.
Did you turn your thing? Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Whatever.
So I'm just going to pick three and talk about this in the interest of time. Okay? So assuming the one that gave me your card, you belong to the norm. Norm meaning the norm of heterosexual norm and gender norm. Okay? So now put you in the situation that you are not part of the norm. Use your creativity to think of it, imaginations. Yes, just pass it down, thank you. But like I said, I will only talk about three.
Supposed to be Nancy or just Nancy? Okay.
So this person wrote down, how old is fourth grade? 10-year-old? 10 years old? Okay. So think about Jessie and Joey. She thinks that he or she started noticing that she really doesn't like her penis and she wants to be a little girl. Okay? So she's now 15. So when Joey is fourth grade, so I left fourth grade early because summer break. My family was leaving for a cross-country camping trip. We traveled from New York. It took a whole summer. So if this person was Joey, you think Joey can enjoy that?
Enjoy it?
Yeah. Because Joey is so concerned about her own gender.
But part of that was from the people knowing her as a boy but wanting to wear girl clothes. When you're traveling across New York, nobody knows that she's not a girl per se.
So you think that would be okay?
A little bit of freedom.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of freedom. Yeah.
Well, but also would be dependent on how the parents treated the situation.
Her parents, this is what Joey said. She said she noticed her father, the day, actually they officially changed her legal name. They were living in Japan and then they moved back to Arizona. And that's when the parents officially changed her name to Jessie. And she said she noticed her father, she felt like her father lost a son because she could never be that little boy anymore. This is a daily journey that a family goes through, situations after situations. And you're right. They go on a camping trip. Maybe that's the time that she can really be herself, meaning Jessie rather than be Joey. Okay? Now here, when my wife and I adopted a baby, now assuming this person is part of the gender and sexuality diverse population, so the wife may be same sex, right? And they adopted a baby. We have to recognize that for same-sex couples, it's extremely difficult for them to adopt a baby. Now it's much easier. But I don't know when the baby was being adopted, according to this participant. Even 10 years ago, it was very, very difficult. Would that become a memorable and precious moment for them? Difficult, isn't it? Yeah. Very, very difficult. So I'm just going to read one more. When I passed college chemistry with a C, 53% of what I answered in the final. So that was really a joy.
Yes,
Chemistry. Yeah. Now think about if this person belongs to a transgender population or the LGBTQI population. Do you think this is important to the person? Sure. But the level of joy may not be the same. What I really want to point out is people in these communities, the gender and sexual diverse population, they face discrimination, they face situations on a daily basis. We cannot ignore that. We cannot dismiss that. So creating an inclusive classroom is important. We don't have to publicly recognize their sexual orientation. We should not. But the key is treat each student as a human being. I think I see a hand there.
I just wanted to say about 3 years ago I had a student who I was working with individually in the lab, and he started asking me questions. Are you married? No. You know, all these questions about my personal life. And you know, what the heck, I'll just go ahead and tell him. And I told him I was gay, and he sort of, you know, I didn't know how he would take it. I was nervous, you know, I said, I don't want to offend you, that kind of thing. And it turned out that we developed a bond. He's a straight man. He went to U of L, but we're still very good friends. So I don't tell my students that information, but I think, you know, in some cases you can bond with students.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When students open up themselves to you, this is 2 years ago, I had a student already left my class, he moved on to main campus and came back and visited me. And he said, I want to thank you. Taking several classes from you, you gave me the courage to come out. And he said last month, he told his mom and grandparents that he is gay. And he said, without you, I don't have that courage. We want students to really celebrating their own identity rather than hiding. Because we are talking about teaching the whole child. Okay? Teaching the whole child. Where is it? I don't want to go back now. So let's go back and visit the guiding principles of all-inclusive pedagogy. We saw this before, but it was without the blue text.
What about when people are colorblind? Or blind, period?
I put the blue there. I thought about that too. But I think colorblind, mostly, okay, majority of people who are colorblind has a problem distinguishing red and green.
Most of them.
Most of them. A small percentage cannot see blue. a small percentage. So those of us who teach online classes, you may want to think about it. Okay, there's a lot of challenges, situations online, okay? So here, visiting the inclusive pedagogy again. What I'm calling for is respect our students as human beings and genuinely care about them. So this is a good segue into the last part of our presentation here. How do I show my students that I genuinely care about them? Do you need a stretch? I know it's hard sitting there. I admire you folks. I cannot sit there so long. Seriously. I don't even have a desk in my office. I stand all the time. Yeah. People walk into my office and say, something is missing here. Yeah, there's no desk. Okay, so how do we show them? I'm sure you heard of this, right? People don't really care what you know. How would you know until they know that you care? But this is more profound for us educators. Because it's a way to retain our students. The student panels we have this morning, it was very interesting because I was marking their comment, thinking what pertains to my presentation. And I think many of what they said, I lost the sheet. I'm sure it ties in with many of the things that I presented. They want their instructors to care about them, right? Do you remember that? Yeah. So it's really, some of my students, they don't have anybody to talk to in terms of their personal problems. Seriously. New Mexico, the state, is the state that has the highest teenage pregnancy in the entire union. What we call, psychologists call this learned hopelessness. They don't see any future, so they will become a mother. At least they feel like the baby is them. It's extremely sad. So what do you do for your students? I'm sure a lot, right? Do you want to go through this? You want to talk about this? It's up to you.
Let's
Keep rolling. Okay. So, I know we are all professors, and this is really, now some of it, I have heard this before. This is student services area. It's not my area. I'm just teaching them. But guess what? If you show your students how to do this, they'll be very, very appreciative. And you're not doing other people's job. Okay? Tell them the difference between high school and college. I think many of the high school students coming to us, they have the misperception, so to speak, carry the high school mode into college and thinking that they can behave the same. But you just have to tell them. So just tell them to go to the website, SMU, Southern Methodist University in Texas, has a very great link that actually shows the difference between high school and college. I'll send you the link. And then also talk about transferable skills. Because whether we like it or not, we are a community college. Students come to us. I took it out, but I'll give it to you. I thought I took this out, but I put it back. So students need to understand that they come into us from high school, and college expectations are different from high school. Just tell them, rather than assume that they know, because they really don't know. But also, tell them the transferable skills, okay? In my next slide, I'll talk a little bit about that. Learn their names. The students talked about it earlier, right? So this is my trick. I print names 1 week before school starts. I send the syllabus to all the students as an attachment. But I also asked them, what do you prefer to be called? Because I'm making name cards for all of you. So when they have a name card, this is a routine, they come in, pick up the name card and sit down. And then every time you speak, you have to raise your name card so I can learn your name. So I'm genuinely interested in learning their names. They don't show it, and I say, I cannot learn the name if you don't share that with me. But it also helps other students. So the name card, for me, is very, very helpful. And I always encourage them to do well. Okay? So this is on Blackboard Learn. Okay, I gave them all the links. And they can just do it. And I'll send the links to you, all of you too. In terms of learning style, there are so many out there, but I find the one from Carolina State is easiest for students to understand. So they talk about visual learners, kinesthetic learners, intuitive learners, sensitive, sensing learners, so students can easier to understand, okay? Note-taking evaluations. All this will help them to better understand themselves, how they study. How much time do they need to study for a particular class? And I actually have one for self-esteem. So this is another class that I give them the link to find out how much they get awarded for the Pell Grant. Sometimes students have no clue. They thought it's a bottomless pit. They can keep withdrawing. And I spend maybe 5 minutes, and I ask them, do you know who paid for your education? I know it's Pell Grant, but who pays for it? Right? It's not free money. It may be to you, but it's not free to those who contribute. It's taxpayers' money. And I encourage them that, whatever courses you sign up, you make sure you pass it. Because otherwise, your account, you're withdrawing from your account. Because I've seen students who, I don't know, but they spent 6 years at Valencia. And they said, 6 years. I still don't have a degree, and I run out of my Pell Grant. It's a huge problem. So I think student needs to learn their own responsibility and be accountable in their classes. You sign up for this class, I tell them, I said, you sign up for my class, you have to make sure you pass. I don't want to see you next semester. Seriously, I do not want to see you next semester. Sounds mean, right? So all these are links to North Carolina State University for the preferred learning style, note-taking assessment, study skills. There's an approach, not so much about how to take notes, but really so much about how much time I should allocate for a particular course. And they do this, they turn it to me, they got extra points. So this is SMU, and again, this is on my UNM Learn, we call it UNM Learn, actually it's Blackboard. And tells them, you click there, you go directly to the SMU website. And it was one of the few best websites I've seen in terms of distinguishing high school and college. Now granted, SMU is a Methodist university, so it's a private university, but many of the things it mentioned pertains to our students. So I talk about learning their names. Okay, now, how do you know you're doing a good job in terms of cultivating an all-inclusive classroom? Remember when I showed you the survey results, 16 of them didn't do any of this 6-week checkup, evaluation. Okay? So how do you know that you are heading the right direction? Students are learning, students are engaging. We need to find out. So I just finished my 6-week evaluation. This is really interesting because I compiled the answers and show it to the students. So one student said, this is my activity sheet. They have an activity sheet. And the student said, I don't know what to do with that activity sheet. At least the students was honest. And I say, 6 weeks in the semester, the student still doesn't know what to do with it? I have a huge problem. And then another student from another class says, I don't know what we're supposed to discuss. And some students just chuckle. It's like, where are you, you know? So like I said earlier, I also have an end of semester course review, tying with learning outcomes. It's a huge thing in New Mexico now. Every syllabus we have to list the learning outcome of that course. And whatever we do, I have to tie in that. Then when we submit our course success report, oh man, it's a huge job, especially if it's a gen ed course. And I teach 101, so yeah. Oral check-in. I'm sure many of us do that. But what I'm asking is pay attention to those who are quiet. And pay attention to those who really don't participate. Encourage them to do well. Okay? Ask students, what works for you? Now, this is based on my experience now. Sometimes I just do an oral and ask students, there's silence. But if I do a paper and pencil thing, oh, they tell me everything in the world. But it is really their comfort level. And we have to gauge whether that class is good enough for an oral review. And I have no problem sharing that with students. I always tell them, I say, my ego is outside the door. And I ask you to do the same. Don't let that ego of yours interfere with your learning. Because it's your learning that's hurting if that ego prevents you from asking questions. So this is part of my end of the semester course. So whatever I put down, whatever I do in the class, I put it down and have students grade them. 2010, Memorial University in Canada did a session in a conference in Wisconsin, and they presented a research result based on students' perception of an effective teaching, and 9 characteristics. So this is what I've been doing the last 4 years at Valencia. We have peer reviews every year. And then, because I'm a social scientist, and then we have something what we call participant observation and non-participant observation. So I have a little bit of training there, but when I look at my peers' observation, it's like they need some training here. But this is non-subjective. It's based on what you observe, and you just write your review. You pick examples out. Is the instructor respectful? Is the instructor organized? Someone talked about a lab instructor not quite organized. Students pick this up, they can know, okay? Are we approachable? Are we humorous? This year I reviewed a colleague of mine, and I just, under humorous, and I said, I did not observe any humor today, just today. Okay? And I give an explanation, because it's a, what they call literary analysis, my English professor. So the theme is all about New Mexico folklore, ghost stories and whatnot. So maybe it's difficult to be humorous. But this is what I've been using all these years. It's really up to you. But when you, as a college, decide to implement peer review, make sure the process is not subjective. So you have certain things that you are objectively reviewing. There are many different ways of peer review, but you have to choose the one that fits your college the best. Okay, other techniques, sending students to miss classes, I send them an email. We miss you, what's going on? I believe in communications, and I tell students that, okay? Some of us probably here, you already have taught your student how to read the textbook, right? How to take notes. One time I was walking by a student and her notebook, everything is in yellow. And I say, if you highlight everything on your notebook yellow, what's the point of highlighting? You missed the purpose, right? So I showed them, I said, perhaps you want to think about color coding your highlighting. Use one color for terminology, use one color for authors' names, or use one color for categories. So that way it's easier for you to pull information out of your notes. Teach students how to study smart. And I always ask them the question, how do you know the stuff when you come for exam? How do you know? So in the birthday, one or two students will say something, and then everybody learns from that student. But I also ask the student who scored the highest in the exam to share with everybody. How did you study for your exam? Tell us, how did you get your 90-some points? And they're willing to share. So better mood, better learning. Remember, I'm the musical person, even though I don't sing. Now, if you don't really want to, I have time to show. If you really don't want to show music, show them motivational videos.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you. My name is Nick Vujicic, and it's a pleasure to be with you. So I have no limbs, but I have my little chicken drumstick. And so it's like, you like that? That would be really cool if I could get this and get some techno going. Like, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go, you like that? Is that cool? Beautiful. But honestly, along the way you might fall down like this. Ready? So what do you do when you fall down? Get back up. Everybody knows to get back up, because if I start walking, I'm not going to get anywhere. But I tell you, there are some times in life where you fall down and you feel like you don't have the strength to get back up. Do you think you have hope? Because I tell you, I'm down here, face down, and I have no arms, no legs. It should be impossible for me to get back up, but it's not. You see, I will try 100 times to get up, and if I fail 100 times, if I fail and I give up, do you think that I'm ever going to get up? No. But if I fail, I try again, and again, and again. But I just want you to know that it's not the end. It matters how you're going to finish. Are you going to finish strong? And you will find that strength to get back up like this.
Showing motivational videos to students are very powerful. We did this last week, Monday, I showed them the song. only I could fly. So I said, make sure you come back on Wednesday, because there's a follow-up video. So the follow-up video was about Jessica Cox from Arizona, who was born without any arms, and she was flying an airplane. She drives with her 2 feet. She plays the piano, she uses her laptop, she even uses chopsticks with her toes. That's what she does. She was born without arms. But things like that would really help students to give their situation a different perspective. The important thing is just encourage them. So this is the transferable skills that I mentioned earlier. I actually have a handout for students to complete. So it's separated into 3 sections. So there are 2 columns. One column is workplace skills, under each of this category. And I want students to think, what are you doing in college now that can give you that skill when you're out in the workplace? Really make them think. Sometimes they hate it because I always make them think. But I'll be happy to share this with you all. Okay? So this is my mantra to my students. And they know now. It's kind of a reminder. How can you excel in this class? Everybody together. Thank you. It's not that difficult, isn't it? Right? Come to class and do the work. And I always thank them for being present, not just showing up. Thank them for being present. I have to do my part to engage them. But the learning is on them, not on me. They know that. So something to share. When students follow my instructions, they can pull up their grade. But they absolutely have to follow my instructions. I don't give grades away. They know they earn every single point. Imagine the power that you give them. So over the last 4 years, these are my retention rate and my passing rate. Now, I have to give a disclaimer because of my reputation on campus. Many students avoid me like a plague. Seriously. So I have a selection bias here. Okay? So those who come to me, they're willing to learn. They're willing to put in the work. And I'm very proud of this because I put in so much work. I really want students, not just pass Sociology 101 or 211. I really want them to take some skill after they leave me. That's what I told them. I want you to leave my classes with some skills. And every fall, I would always get some cards or some emails from previous students telling me that I have prepared them. If they're transferring to 4-year university, I tell them, I'm so hard on you because I want to prepare you for upper level classes. It's not that I'm mean, it's not that I'm strict. When you move on to 4-year, you understand why I am doing the things right now. And then, of course, when they move on, they understand. Okay? So I appreciate the opportunity to share what I learned, but I learned a lot from all of you today as well. So thank you so much. And I have 1 minute, so if you can circle and complete the pink form, then you will help me to improve my delivery next time. Thank you so much, and thank you for being present.